Hello, everyone. This is Sophia from the Gray Stage Podcast, and I'd like to invite all of our listeners to join the Justice for David Crowley and Family group located on Facebook, where we have over 4,000 members. In this group, we welcome discussions regarding the case and have all the documents located in the file section for everyone to review. If you like, you are welcome to visit Greg Fernandez's website called The Gray Stage, which is located at thegraystagewordpress.com. You can find his book and all of the official documents for this case at his website. Lastly, I'd like to introduce you to my friend, Catherine Michelle. Her YouTube channel is called Catherine Michelle Investigates David Crowley. Please feel free to stop by her channel and give her a like and a listen. Until our next podcast, keep seeking the truth and justice for David Crowley and his family.
All right, and welcome everybody. We are now at the point 8 years later. 8 years later, and here we are, not giving up on this case, and still one of the strangest cases that I've looked into ever, and it'll probably end up like that, I'm sure. But so far, Dan is here. Dan Hinnon is here. Catherine is also here, and I think Sophia is going to join us here at some point. But all right, awesome. So what's new, Dan? What have you been up to here?
Not much, just making some posts today. I like on the anniversary to make posts on the various justice pages and on YouTube, just to remind people this is 8 years ago. This happened today, and from a personal standpoint, 8 years ago today, I didn't even know David Crowley, and I never heard of the Gray State, and I never saw the trailer. And I was living 5 minutes away from the guy, so I didn't know any of this. Most of the folks following were fans or whatnot, involved in the movement. 8 years ago today, I was busy with you, Greg, working on the Justice for Phil Marshall case. We were busy on that, working on a case where the husband was shot and killed, the teenage daughter, shot and killed, teenage son shot and killed, and the family dog shot and killed. So when I got a notification, that a similar thing happened right here in my home state, I thought it was very strange. The person who left me the message was Michael Lurie, who is now passed away as a 9/11 truther. He sent me the message. He said, "Looks like this time they killed everybody except the dog. You may want to look into this." And I looked into it, but I didn't know anything about it at first. I just thought it was odd that the family was assassinated and the dog survived, while at the same time I'm working on a case where everyone was assassinated, including the dog. And so that was the case. But making some posts, reminding people out there that this is 8 years long, and it is what it is. It's not good. I still point people to this book, Greg, The Gray Stage. In fact, I sent a couple links today of the book. Someone, a few people wanted to learn more about the case. Where do I go? Where are some pages I can learn more about the case? Where are some websites? And so you send the link. And you remind people that the PDF to your book, Greg, is free. It's a free download. You can read it yourself. There's Sophia now.
Hi.
So that's what we've been doing today, just sending out reminders. And I keep using the tagline on Twitter, Justice for Crowleys. Crowleys with an S. And anytime people click that hashtag, you can drill down into the history all the way back from the very beginning on Twitter. Anytime that hashtag has been used, the whole history is there and shows our posts all the way back. And then on Facebook as well, you can do the hashtag Justice for Crowleys, and then it'll turn blue with a little hyperlink. You can click on that for people who don't know, and it'll drill down to all the other Facebook mentions of that phrase. And so we're out there a lot. the justice page, the other justice page, the YouTube, the tweets, and a lot of information out there that goes way back. But it's good. The anniversary, the one good thing about the anniversary is that it gets people back in there. It still reminds them of this this family that was killed.
That's right. That's right. Dan, when you started the website, I mean, you already had the website up, right? Ugly Truth. And then when did you start adding David Crowley stuff to that website, if you had to guess?
I would say that first we maybe had, I think we had about 10 shows done, podcast shows done, Greg, between you and I and whatnot that we were doing, and some articles that were written. And I created a separate page on my website, uglytruth.info, a separate page dedicated to the David Crowley family triple homicide. And I would say that was second quarter of 2015.
Okay. Interesting. And then you obviously met with, or you started the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group 2 days after, right?
Yep. Tomorrow will be the 8-year anniversary of starting that Facebook group, and then doing a search, and later on finding out that Thomas Lapp created a similar group as well, similar name. But when I did a search there, nothing came up on any kind of a justice page for this family, any kind of a looking for truth for this family. And when I saw there was nothing there, that's when I decided to create a group, mainly as a one-stop shop for all things related to the case, so people could research it and look it up. Have all the links on one spot. Any photos that we found, links, articles, police reports, police audio, all in one centralized location, and then people could look into it. We didn't know what was going on at first or what it was.
And it was a very open forum, I would say, too. I mean, there was, haters came on later on and everything, but it was basically just you running the whole Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. Yep. And at some point taking on the page, the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State page, too. I don't think I became an admin until after the movie came out, maybe after Eric Nelson.
It was several years later that we added some additional moderators and folks managing the page, but I was doing it all by myself. And then people were requesting, at first, they were requesting, part of the bad guys were requesting access to get in. And then I was getting guilt tripped about you can't be doing all this yourself. You have a full-time job, you have a family.
They just wanted to help you, right?
They just wanted to, how about I help? How about we just help and help moderate? And back then it was approving and disapproving the members that were coming on. The members were joining so fast. And I was typically just click, 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 accepting anyone. And then when the tide turned, we needed to really take a look at who these people were to add them. But we were growing really fast, and the discussion was going on so fast, and the comments were coming in so fast, along with the real-time information, Greg. I mean, the real-time information was coming in real time on that page of what was really going on, as well as, threads on that page that had 100, 200 comments, threads deep, comments, and people getting angry, people, good, people bad, people all over the place. And so it was a lot to maintain all of the conundrum, along with, within a week, it was all the hatred came on too, and the threats, and take over the page. We want to dump it. We want to, shut it down. So there was a lot going on at the first while. But once we started doing the shows, writing the articles, and getting the podcasts out there, then I created a page on my website to document this stuff later too, because people were threatening to take down the Facebook page, or Facebook itself was I think at that time banning and shutting down some accounts. And so that was another reason that I had the website to back up everything, because one thing I wanted to use on the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook membership, the group, the open, it's a public group, is the files section, where we could have files uploaded. actual files, screenshots uploaded, files of actual data uploaded that I had control over to put out there, and no one else had control to remove or delete. And I was putting links, all the links that were out there, that was all accusing David of doing this, which is, not what any of us agree with, but I was posting anything that had anything to do with the story. I was putting it all together. We had a library, basically a library of everything going on with the case, so people could come and draw their own conclusions, do their own homework. But most people that came to it just thought, what a strange thing. It didn't make any sense.
Interesting. I'd like to ask all three of you kind of a question here and see how you all feel about this. Are there any regrets of getting involved in this case? Do any of you wish that you would have never heard of this case and never got involved in this?
No.
Sophia's shaking her head.
Catherine, should go on this one. This would be a good one for her because she went through a rough patch, with her own family by covering this case.
Yeah, my family and things happened at my house. I had to actually end up selling my house, and I'm now in a place that it would not be my first choice, but I lost a lot with this case. I had my sister, one of my sisters, we have a large family. She was, is married to a dentist, and she was a dental hygienist before she retired. And when I took this, because when everybody was arguing about the mandible, right? I'm just, I get tired of saying stuff. So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll get the opinion of a dentist, right? Who would know better than a dentist? Well, my sister was so mad at me for sending her that photograph. She didn't talk to me for 2 years. And and then my children they actually said, either you drop the case or we're gonna walk away from you, just because of things that were happening. So the times that I had left the case, it was based on pressure from my children and direct family members. However, do I regret getting involved? No. I'm too stubborn. And once I get my claws into something, and once I know something, there's injustice going on, I'll fight it until I can fight no more. It's just, I don't think I could ever regret it, because with what we have discovered and what we've been able to prove using the evidence basically against the Apple Valley Police Department to show that David it's impossible, absolutely impossible. The man was a victim. I count that a victory. So I could never be sorry for that.
I feel the same exact way. It's, in a lot of ways, this case has made me a better person. I have some really good friends from this case that I would have never had if it hadn't been because of it. It keeps me thinking. It keeps me researching. It keeps me learning new things. And I really second what Catherine has said, because David is innocent. And if it wasn't because of the documents that we fought for, that we sent off for, and waited sometimes a year and a half for, we wouldn't have that information to prove that he's innocent. And this is rock solid. I mean, the evidence is right there, and it's pointing to him being innocent, that he's a victim. So, do I regret this? No. And like Catherine, we've moved numerous times. We put up security cameras. We've had things stolen, broken into. I've had my car run off the road and totaled, and it was a new car. And they never even found that person. Just interesting things happening. I've had my email hacked. We've been supposedly doxxed. It's just stupid crap. And My family members threatened. You know, it's pretty crappy stuff that's happened, but in the end, we're fighting for justice for a person who can't fight for himself now. And, you know, his family's given up on him, his friends have given up on him. I'm not giving up on him. And I think about what Rania went through, her last moments of life, and it breaks my heart. You know, I have a 6-year-old in our house that lives with me, and I have a 2-year-old that lives with me, and I cannot imagine ever having them in that situation. So I will never walk away from this case.
Very good. Dan?
Same here. No regrets. You know, it's a topic I can't bring up with family. I can't bring it up with relatives. I can't bring it up at work. I can't bring it up anywhere. You know, it's one of those things that's you've been blacklisted. So my closest friends on this case are the folks in the group, in the justice group. It's all the true folks. Catherine said it best. It's the stubborn folks who have been here the longest. If you have a weak stomach for this, and I'm not talking the case itself, the triple homicide, but the baggage that goes along with focusing time and energy on a case like this, when not many people are on our sides, it's the stubbornness side. I think the types of people that can hang with. The rest will fall by the wayside over time. It's not for the faint of heart. It's a gut check.
Yeah, certainly is.
Yeah, it's so funny because I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I'm just going to relate a story. I mean, you look back on your life, like, how did you end up and why did you end up where you are today? When I first started my trek down the medical field, you guys don't understand. I didn't handle that stuff well at all. I remember going to the hospital with a girlfriend of mine. She was having surgery on her knee, but anyway, they had done something and I was in the room and she was screaming because the pain hurt so bad. And I walk out in the hall and I passed out. I wake up, you know, in the ER and they're like, "Oh my God, are you okay? Are you okay?" I mean, I was so everything, you know, I just freaked out at everything. To go from that, and then my life led me down the path of, you know, not just being a first responder, EMT, working in the ER, watching autopsies, I mean, I never would have thought I would have ever done that. But when I got to this case, it all made sense. All of a sudden, the path that I took in life, that it was never supposed to be my path. You guys don't understand. I was running my own business, a very successful transcription business. I was a medical legal transcriptionist. And then from that, I mean, I have a very short attention span. I'm sure a lot of people figured this out by now. So I would do that. And then I'm like, okay, I need to do something else. Well, then I became a professional Christian performer. So I was singing for years, you know, competing and, you know, all this other stuff in competition. I mean, you know, going across the country, I did all this stuff, singing on cruise ships. And then to end up here, and then I'm like, now I know why every turn I took led me to this path. And so it's like, not everybody gets to find their purpose in life, but I really feel that those of us, the core group, the people who have stuck with this case, not for clicks, not for popularity, but because we're truly trying to get the world to see that David is a victim. You know, I lost my train of thought. Sorry, it's that that brain. I swear to God, I can't keep it focused. But I'm so thankful that, you know, I'm thankful for Greg. I'm thankful for Sophia. I'm thankful for Dan. I'm thankful for, you know, even Eric Wilkerson. You know, he's kept there a lot too. You know, this small minutia of people but look what we've accomplished. And I think that if anything, that if it were possible, David would be thanking us, and he would be saying, thank God there's somebody there to back me up.
Yeah. I also want to thank the group members. I mean, there's so many that email us or send us information or talk to us off to the side and uh, ask us questions and stuff like that, or even the live chats. Those are amazing people too. Right, Jennifer? And, we just, the live chat last week that Catherine and I had, the people in there were so amazing.
They were on
And
fire.
they asked so many great questions. And
There's that cat
my
cameo. Cat cameo.
Yep, one of them. And it was such a great show. And we literally went on like 45 minutes longer than we had expected because there were so many great questions. So we were just going through them. And it's not just us four. There's so many people, and we can't do it without them. So thank you all.
Yeah, there's as far as the membership on the Justice page, there's roughly 4,000 members on the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. There's 11,000 likes on the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State community, group as well. And so there's a lot of people that follow this case or have in the past followed it that may have drifted off, but they're still connected to it at one point. Something brought them to one of the pages that caused them to check it out. And I think it's the critical thinkers of all of us that have done that. If you don't have that ability or have that knack to say something doesn't sit right, you're not going to be here on these pages. You're not going to be researching and looking things up and reading books like Greg's book, The Gray Stage, like I mentioned before. This has basically all the answers to this case right there in a book. So the hardest thing I think is for people assuming that what we're doing here by doing shows and podcasts and interviews is that we have a conviction, or we're so convinced that this is what happened, is what frustrates me. It's fact. We don't think we know what happened. We already know what happened and what didn't happen. That's the point we're doing the shows, is to wake people up and to have people understand. If something couldn't have mathematically happened, it didn't. So it's not a conspiracy site. It's not a conspiracy page, and we're not a bunch of people with throwing out theories about this case. We're trying to wake people up and get law enforcement and the legal side, Department of Justice, attorneys to take and do something with this case. We can't do anything with it. We've laid out all the facts over and over and over and covered all the ground to reopen this case. We know that's not going to happen officially. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I don't know. But these are not just opinions that we have or convictions that we think happened. We're not pushing, theories of conspiracies. We're trying to educate the world with the homework that we've done, where we already know what did and did not happen in that home. Not everything, but the things that prove the case. Does that make sense, I guess?
Yep.
Absolutely. And there's something, I want to reiterate to those who are listening is I'm holding on to information that I found. It's in the reports. It's not like I, got anything special, but I'm holding on to it. We have other information that, it's a slam dunk, but I'm not going to release it, because every time I say something, the reins come down harder and tighter. and we, you know, they've already stopped sending us information. And I know Sophia has stated a bazillion times that, you know, due to the wording in the letter from the city attorney leads one to believe the case has been reopened, maybe in the background. But that's why I'm really hoping that one day we can get an attorney. This is not, I mean, once we have an attorney and once somebody who can do something legally, then I will present that information to them. And I'm telling you, once this gets put out there in the public, it's pretty much over for Apple Valley. But, you know, it's a slow process. So please be patient. And, you know, we truly, like Sophia was saying, all of the people who like Joanna, look at her, she's great, just sending all these comments. People in the comment section, people who support our videos, who show up to live chats, who even watch them and then leave comments. And even if you watch it and you don't leave a comment, if you go to the group and you're reading the reports, all of this matters. Every single view, it just matters. So thank you.
Awesome. I have another question for all three of you then. What was the first thing that made you think that this may not be a double murder suicide?
The documentary.
There's something specific in the documentary, or just after watching the whole documentary?
About halfway through, I realized this was a lie. It was their actions, their shiftiness in the documentary. And at first I was like, maybe they're just uncomfortable. But then I realized, no, these are actors. And, you know, some of them have been acting for a long time. But it was just the way that they were on screen. They were clearly uncomfortable. They were clearly lying. And there was one version I watched. It was the very first version. And it literally told people not, this was the Netflix version, by the way. And somebody it was near the end, and it said, don't even bother going to the group because it's just all conspiracies and it's going to lead you down the wrong road. And I'm paraphrasing, that's not actually what they said, but they did say, don't go to the group, don't join the group. And I have not seen that version again. But I clearly remember watching that, and I was like, oh, there's a group. Okay, I'm going to that because I might be getting the truth from there. And I mean, I immediately went to the group and found it on Facebook. So, but I think it had to have been like either Sean or Mason that said that. And
sounds about right.
And it was just, but I have not seen that version again. So I don't know. I mean, it clearly was edited afterwards. But this was back in 2017 at the end of December, I believe.
I think that's when it came out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, that's how I got involved. And if it wasn't because of you, Greg, you know, pushing me to read the reports. Have you read the reports yet? That's all. That was your first question to me every single time I commented. And I resisted for several months. And then when I really buckled down, printed the reports out, started reading them, for anybody who's looking at the reports for the first time, or even now, separate those reports by officers. I'm telling you, it makes a difference. Separate everything, even the supplementals, and put them in with officers. This was a tip given to me by a good friend, and you read it completely different. It's not confusing. And, you know, you see how the stories differ. They vary by officer, and it's like, wow. So if that was the one tip that really helped, I'm happy to give it to everybody else. That and read the reports. But once I did, I was like, oh, okay, now I know why he's telling me to read the reports. So,
Dan, what was the first thing that made you think, okay, this may not be a double murder suicide?
It was basically getting threatened to not show up to the memorial for David Crowley. It was said point blank, you had better not even think of showing your face at this memorial. I'm a guy who created a Justice for David Crowley page, membership group to honor the man. This would be the guy you want to have at your memorial service, right? Now, I wasn't even thinking of going. If it would have been close, I maybe thought of going, but this would be the guy that you would welcome with open arms to a memorial service. If someone created a Justice page for me, if I died one day, that someone never even knew who I was, that's the person I would want to have at my memorial. But when those threats came out, don't show your face, stop doing the research, and for me, it was the smiling guy's photo. I think that
Wow.
kind of did it.
Mm-hmm.
That was the shot to the gut when someone sent me that photo to say, look what just got posted on Instagram the day of the memorial. 3 guys smiling ear to ear with their best friend and brother murdered horrendously, along with their wife and a 5-year-old child.
And
That was the gut blow for me.
And I've still never heard them, because they will try to come back at things that we say, obviously, but I've never heard them try to put that photo into a proper context. And it makes me wonder why not? Because that is a very strange photo.
Dan, how long after the bodies were found did they have the memorial?
I think it was the Wednesday, that first same week. The bodies were found on Saturday. I think the memorial was maybe the Wednesday or Thursday.
That's super fast.
Same week, or was it the following week? It's in my timeline.
Yeah,
it was quicker than expected.
Yeah.
I was still the one on Facebook asking, why isn't there teddy bears and flowers all over the front steps of this house like you see with any other case, a real case?
Mm-hmm.
3 bodies found of a family. When the camera crews get out there for the news, the first thing you see is the vigils, the candles, the 5-year-old dead stuffed animals. That's what you see. Bouquets of flowers. That's what you see. Here was nothing. And I asked someone, because I said, what's on the front steps of this house? Has it been cleaned off already? Was there anything there? And I think the first person who said that they were there said there was maybe 1 or 2 things out there, but it was quickly cleaned off. And I was expecting a whole outpouring of community support and love and flowers and all of this for such a horrendous crime, and there was nothing. I thought I was flabbergasted by that, and felt horrible for the family, the victims, that no one's speaking out on their behalf because they can't speak out. So we ended up doing that, taking on that role because to give them a voice.
All right, Catherine, what was the first thing that made you think that this was possibly not a double murder suicide?
Well, I would. It was kind of 2 things. The first thing that caught my attention was when I was watching the I like the term sloppumentary. Sorry, it just fits. When I was watching that, it was the very end when Dan Sr. was reading that little portion, I guess it was of David's journal, and it was just the look in his eyes, his face. I just go, wait a minute, this man doesn't believe what he's saying. And so from there, when I got a hold of the autopsy reports and I started reading those, I'm like, no, this doesn't fit. The autopsies do not say the same story that the police were giving and that all of the newspapers were giving. And that's when I knew. Because up until that point, I was still, maybe people just don't understand, and maybe I could help them and explain the medical mumbo jumbo. But the moment I read the medical report, I knew, and it was over. It was like, and I haven't looked back.
Very interesting. There was something that before I get to that, there's some good comments, and thank you everybody for joining us in this chat. I know we didn't give any notice or anything; we just decided, this was the right day, the right time, and thank God all of us were able to connect here, and thank God everyone here in the chat and everyone who will watch this later on. God bless you all for caring about this case, such a tragic case, I think. And so here we have Buzzing, and I am sometimes a lurker. I always try to comment, and thank you all for your convictions that David was not a murderer. I'm truly convicted in that myself. I mean, that is such a key point, because it always seems like the people who just want to believe David Crowley is guilty can never really give you anything. Even the cops, which I would expect, I don't care what everybody else thinks, but the police, the investigators, they should be able to articulate why David Crowley is guilty. Looking up just going back through some things, because I wanted to look up some of the police reports and what they were showing here, and I'm going to bring this one up. This goes back, this is actually from the Minnesota BCA, so hopefully everybody can see this okay. But this is in the 485 page document on page 21 here, and this deals with the only known thing that shows where the Hennepin Medical Examiner's Office, in a press release, is stating that David died of a suicide. Okay, I mean, even in the medical examiner's autopsy, they don't really say that, right? But here they actually do. This was given to the Apple Valley Police on January 25th, 2015. So they received this here. And they state that David Crowley died of a single gunshot wound to the head and a result of a suicide. And it's always curious how they could look at the body and how the medical examiner could come to the conclusion that this was a suicide. That David, how is it any different than any of these other shots that we're seeing? I think they got the shots right. I don't know if they should be speculating on the other things, especially when we can see what is the difference from what they find with David's wife, where it says she died as a result of a gunshot wound to the head. Again, a gunshot wound, not two, but a gunshot wound, just one, as far as I'm reading there. And then Ranita, died of a gunshot wound to the head. Here you have 3 shots. And this date is very important when they get this. I don't know what date this looks like dated 121. This is after they have found that other bullet. But it's very interesting to me, and I'd like to get your thoughts, everybody's thoughts on this, as to why, like, what is the difference? What could they have found in the medical examiner's reports that would be any different to show that, well, Komel and Raniya died of a homicide, but David died of a suicide?
Well, a lot of times, and this is part of the problem, is the medical examiner's office and the deputy coroners who go out to gather the information oftentimes will rely on the police officers and their expertise and what they saw when they first got there. We know clearly that the ME was not there long enough to really, if she was searching for a true cause of death, she would have been there a lot longer than 45 minutes. So that tells me there was some communication going on and they'd already decided. So, and that's kind of what's frustrating, because like you said, there's nothing in those reports. How would they know? Because they all have gunshot wounds to the head. Who do you know? You just don't. And I don't know, it's frustrating.
Is that normal, or should the medical examiner even be going that far to speculate? Well, this was a suicide. Suicide based on what?
Well, and that's just it. They're relying on what the police officers are saying, and we don't know. This just let me just toss this out as a possible idea. The police officers show up on scene. There's a gun close to one of the victims, so therefore he must be the one who did it because he's the one with the gun. So then they start to just formulate this hypothesis. And so to me, I see this as they then take that and then they carry it further and they get there to the MEs and they're at the autopsies and they're like, well, the gun was by him. Oh, well then, okay, he must have been the one that killed everybody. Instead of looking at the rest of the evidence, they left that day with these bullets, but they didn't have the one that killed him. It's insanity. They really jump to conclusions way too quickly.
Yeah.
I think, Greg,
Mhm.
the report you just showed, those 3 statements from the Hennepin County Medical's examiners, was already part of the cover-up that we're already seeing unfold. Those were quickly written 2 sentences. They weren't lengthy reports. Manner of death, research done. The cover-up at all the levels was already being performed by the time these things came out. Like you said, like Catherine said, medical examiner, the ME was there for 45 minutes. Now that's not normal to begin with. So already people were being coached with the narrative and told what to do on that first day.
Very strange.
That's when you get over the hurdle, when you see all of the corruption starting already. And I'm not even saying the police were involved in the murder, the death, or the cover-up. They were involved and complicit in what was going down already by this point on the 21st, this hastily written medical examiner's report. The ME be there for 45 minutes and the body's taken away, the crime scene cleared, the yellow tape removed, 48 hours, it was done. Right then, you already know something fishy is going on.
Did they already think in those 45 minutes, did the medical examiner already think, well, this must be a suicide?
Well,
Because
I think when the call came in for her to come down there, I think she already got her marching orders, I think. And so did the rest of the detectives, perhaps.
That goes back to the 911 call.
Well, and this really correlates with my coroner friend, my deputy coroner friend, and the times that they had seen. And there was one particular case that it was their case. They were called, and I won't give any specifics. But when they showed up on scene, right away the officers are standing around going, "We're calling this a suicide, right? Suicide, suicide." And my friend said, "No, this is a murder." And my friend actually took a lot of heat. I mean, the case ended up going to court, but they pretty much blackballed this person after that because they wanted to name it a suicide. They didn't want to have to deal with all of the stuff that would go with trying to solve the murder. And so it's not uncommon. And it was shocking to me because, I'm thinking going, well, it's their job. They're going to do what's right. People don't always do what's right. They do what's convenient for them and what they want just to get done or get through. Or if they have a friend to pass along a favor, it happens all the time. So, and that's how I see this case. I see a very young ME who I think Dan was the one. Dan, didn't you say that she had just gotten out of medical school?
She was very early when she got the job. And then after this took place, she was transferred to another location 7 months later. I mean, she wasn't even with the Hennepin County Coroner's Department. 7 months after this happened, she was already, I'm guessing she put in a request for a transfer to leave. I can't imagine dealing with that because I think she got railroaded right away. It's
well, yeah, and then when I was reading the autopsy reports, I don't know how many times I've read them, but it just completely went past me until recently, where she wrote this marked autolysis. So she did both Raniya's and David's autopsy. And so she's, as a medical professional, she's telling people on paper, there's a difference. So all along, I've been thinking all this time that she was part of all this cover up. But now I'm looking at this going, I think she was an unwilling participant. She didn't want to. And so this was her way of saying, look at this. Somebody with medical knowledge, read what I'm writing, because they're telling you he killed them, but I'm showing you that he has more decomposition than the other two. And so now I see her in a whole different light. But she, obviously I've tried to reach out to her and she doesn't respond. But yeah, I think you're 100% correct. I think it was a call ahead of time and they just said, this is it.
I do have something to add. David's autopsy was done last. And you have Detective Bone and Detective Sean McKnight, who were at every single autopsy. So I guess you could just take with it what you want from that. But they were there, and from what I learned from the Kylie Rodney case, there were some professionals, and they're telling us that the ME does depend on the police officers to tell them how they're going to rule this case.
Why?
Because they're the ones that are first on scene. They're going to see stuff the ME doesn't see. So they really rely on that. But
how is it the medical examiner? How is that their job to say whether this was a murder, whether this was a homicide, or whether this was a suicide? Shouldn't they just say, look, this is what we found. There's a bullet hole here. There's a bullet hole there. There's this there. There's that. They're not investigators, right? They are if they are examining this, then just examine it. Don't give us faulty conclusions. That's my. Catherine, you're muted.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
But in a way, see, I didn't interrupt you then, right? I was worked out great. Sorry, it's a bad habit, you guys. Please just tell me to shut up. I won't get offended.
Go for it.
But, they are investigators. They do rely on not only what they find in the body, but what they see on the scene, and then the information they get from those first responders, the officers, medical personnel, whoever happens to be there, whatever the scene is. And then with all of that, they're supposed to take all of these pieces and of the puzzle and then put it together. Now, oftentimes, unfortunately, in the world we live in today, it's when the first responders get on scene, and when the police officers, I'm telling you, if you get officers that are either going to be lazy, corrupt, or they have a personal thing that they're trying to help a buddy cover something up, they will, and oftentimes do, not all the time, I'm not saying this is across the board, but it is definitely not a rare instance, they will dictate and then say, this is what we're going to call this. This is what you're going to tell the ME. This is what you're going to tell everybody. And unfortunately, the ME, if you have one that doesn't have a backbone or who follows along with the crowd, they'll just like, okay, cool, I don't care. What do you need? But unfortunately, the more I'm looking at this case now, especially this one, when I'm looking at Dr. Lelinski, and especially after I read that, I really saw her as she was in a place she didn't know how to handle it. And there are a lot of women, unfortunately. And I guess when I was younger, I was that way. Nowadays, I have no problem standing up to a group of men. If a group of men were standing there going, da, 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 and I know it's something else, I go up to each one and go, no. But she was young. She probably didn't have that tenacity yet. And so you buckle. And you go with the flow, you go along to get along, right, wrong, or indifferent. I don't know, and I don't want to speak for her, but I'm really starting to see that could have been the case. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know how to handle it. So she has all of these police officers standing around her going, it's a murder-suicide. He killed them. He killed them. And so the only thing she could do is write in her report, I don't really, she's like thinking, I don't really think that's the case. I have to write that because that's what everybody's telling me I need to write. But I'm going to put this other information in, and maybe somebody down the line will get it.
Yeah, I think she's 27 years old, and this is the same age roughly as two of the victims. I mean, this is a young gal, I think, that meant well and was, like Catherine said it probably best, I think that she was an unwitting participant in all this. It reminds me of the JFK John F. Kennedy, President Kennedy autopsy, when they did the autopsy of the body, and they brought in a person who never did an autopsy in his life, and they brought in a person who's done autopsies but never gunshot wounds in their life. And they were circled by a bunch of guys that said, "Yep, this is what it looks like," and they had to be kind of cave. Well, okay, I guess that's what the answer is. And so this is what reminds me of this. Lelinski, I think, by putting in that request, if that's how it went down, to leave and get out and go into a different state, into a different county, and she moved into Wisconsin. I think she was working in Milwaukee County, but she got out. But you're right. If there's pressure from above and you're trying to think, this is my career, I put all these years into going to medical school, I'm not gonna push the envelope. I'll go along with whatever they say. Now, I also do feel, as Catherine said too, when you show up on the scene, you're told the information from the officers, the first responders who were there, and they did, I believe, 100% think when they saw what they saw that David shot himself, done deal. So that part, I think, was all authentic. They did forward to the ME and the assistant that came, the two folks that came. That is what they thought happened. And so I think they honestly thought that was the case, and they told her or him or both of them that's what happened. But I think on the way down there, the call is probably more than what happened. Is something came to let's rush this up and let's close this up, because then at that point nothing went according to protocol at all, and everything was shut down.
Oh, and you bring up a really good point, Dan. I hadn't even thought about that. They pre-decide, they're looking at what they think is obvious evidence. They right away we knew within 2 hours, but by the time the evidence and the reports start coming back, it was too late to backtrack. They had already told everybody and made multiple news, announcements that it was a murder-suicide. So when the evidence starts coming in to prove that they're all victims, what are they going to do? He would look incompetent. That police department would look incompetent, and they're not about to have that happen. I had never thought about that. So that was a good point.
Because we have that. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, we do have that news article where they say that the chief told him that the journalist that the decision was 2 hours into the case. Well, the detectives weren't even at the house at that time. So, and then they removed the gun from the house before the ME even got there. They had removed everything, all the guns. So, I mean, she didn't even have the gun in situ to look at to see that it was upside down and, just placed on the wrong side. The bullet is on the entrance, or is it the exit or the entrance?
The exit on David is up here.
On the left side, right?
On the right. His exited on the right. He was shot on the left.
And
Komel was on the right.
No, I need to double check that.
But overall, what you're saying,
no,
Sophia,
you're right. I'm sorry.
She's correct.
Right.
It's the situ that it wasn't in. And so even with the crime scene photos, the only photo we see of the gun is sitting on a table in the living room or in the next room. It's sitting there in a photo of the gun sitting. It's not where it was. And so right away, things were being moved. And what they say is we need to clean and clear the site, make sure it's safe. So they got rid of the weapons. They got rid of the guns. The first thing they got rid of was the gun. Well, then you already start contaminating the scene for when the others slowly get there. The detectives eventually get there. Like you say, the autopsy's done, and then the lab reports come back 4 months later. The other reports come back 6 weeks later. Another analysis comes back 8 months later. All this takes time. And the question is, if they had the answer, and you said the answer, there can only be two reasons for the response for the police department to dig in their heels and say, this is what it is. One is to save face, like Catherine said, and most departments will do that. They will never, very rarely, backtrack and say, we made a mistake and apologize.
Is that for legal reasons, you think?
No, I think in the law
Pride, ego.
enforcement community, very rarely, unless you get pressure higher up to reopen a case or to go back and backtrack, you're never going to do that. The folks that I've talked to said, whatever you go with, whether it's right, wrong, or indifference, you're not going to go back, because the whole point of the department is to have faith and trust, the public's faith and trust in you. So you're not going to go about issuing apologies and saying you've done something wrong, something was done incorrect. That's just an inbred thing going through the school, the college, getting the degrees. You are a person of trust. Public needs to trust you and the department.
Right.
So it's not saying it's kind of your thin blue line. Once again, it's that unwritten thing that you all go together to get along, to make yourself look good. And that the higher ups, the captain, the department, the sergeant, the captain, the police chief, are always going to protect. It's a chain of command thing. If they're always going to protect those beneath them, and all the ones beneath them have got to always support the people up above. And you're not there making waves. You're not there to go against the chain of command ever. It's very like a military. Sophia could probably mention, it's the police, law enforcement is very much chain of command, like military. You report up, and those people is who you report to, and you don't say otherwise. It's not like Catherine, you and me and Greg working normal jobs where we can disagree with our boss or disagree with our supervisor or say to your people two levels up above you, no, I disagree with that, or I challenge that. It may or may not be wrong, but I challenge it. Police, that's something you don't do. Military, you don't do that. I challenge that. Look it up. I don't think that's right. Those are things you can never say in those two fields. The rest of us in a normal job, you can contradict or challenge your boss anytime you want, but those fields, it's a very different animal. So one thing is they got backtracked and couldn't backpedal, and couldn't at that point, to save face. You don't want to give yourself a black eye to the department, much only after saying that the community is now safe. Remember, they went out of their way to say that there's no suspects at large. The community is safe. Now it's really hard to walk back a statement like that. Now, the other thing is that an order was given from above to say, you shut this down. Here's the way you're going to go with it. Whether you tell the underling departments, detectives or not, law enforcement or not, all the individual officers working the case may not have been in that conversation, and probably they aren't. But it goes to Gummert. Right Zeigel could go directly to Gummert and say, shut it down. Gummert's not going to go to each one of his detectives and say, you know what, we're going to cover this up. He's going to say, thanks for the information. Here's the information we have. We've drawn the conclusion that David did it. Thanks for your hard work. Here's the awards you're going to get for all your hard work. That's the only two reasons. It got the directive came from above, or they knew at some point in time they couldn't backtrack their error. That's the only two options. Now, either way, that's a cover-up because the truth isn't coming forward. Your job as a police officer, whether the system is there or not, is to say, no, that isn't right, to your boss, to your sergeant. I know the culture is that you can't say that. But what we're saying here is the detectives, the underlings, even though they might be good, hardworking, well-meaning people, because they didn't say, stop, this isn't right, they are now part of the problem. They are now the bad guys. That's what I say over and over. We got the corrupt people that are bad, and the good, well-meaning people working to get a paycheck, to put food on the table, that don't push the envelope. They are now also in that bad camp. And I can't say that enough. They're all the bad guys now. Whether they're on the thing or not, you see something goofy or strange, and you don't bring it to the attention or say, that's it. I'm quitting the case. I'm quitting my job if you go forward this with a suicide. No, none of the detectives did that.
No
one had the balls to do that. And that's where I'm let down. Not that they're involved in the cover-up, but now you are involved in the ethics, the morality part. Mm-hmm. By going the flow. That's not your job. You're a law enforcement. Your job is to get to the truth, not to please your boss. That's not your job. right?
That's right. And it's interesting you bring that up too, because I now, it clicked a memory, because at the very beginning, when I first started doing videos, maybe about 6 months to a year in, I actually had a police officer. So I had no idea. He just sends me this, because I had posted my email, and, and he actually said, he goes, "You need to stop saying you made a mistake." So we're doing this thing back and forth, and I'm like, well, I had to correct it. I made a mistake in the last video, so I'm going to correct it this one. He goes, "No, you don't ever do that. You never go back and apologize." I'm like,
See, that's
oh,
why
yeah, I think I do.
that's why a group like this is successful, because we're honestly looking for the truth. There's no one above us telling us what to do, how to say it, what to say, or how to act. We are out there putting videos together and apologizing when we're wrong, and showing proof and documentation for when we're right, to say, back it up. Greg's book, everything in Greg's book is footnoted in the back. Every quote that's in the book is sourced from something. He's not making anything up. But yes, if we're wrong, and all four of us have been there before, we've backtracked and apologized for something. That's why we are a successful group, because we're doing the right thing. We're looking for justice. We're not trying to please anybody. We're not trying to do any favors for our boss or for the people above us. There is no one above us. It's us.
Right. And so I need to let everybody know, Sophia was right. The exit wound on David was on the left side, because that's the side that was facing the window. So she was correct. I was wrong. So it was up here. His exit wound was up here toward the back of his head.
And so was Komel's towards the back of the head. And Raniya's was on the right parietal bone.
So David would have had to have shot himself with his
right hand,
right?
But the gun wasn't by his right hand, it was by his left.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you're going to imagine a line, he would have to shoot himself in they call this the post-auricular region, which is right behind the ear, about an inch or two behind the ear, to exit up this direction in an upward direction. Or if he had his head down, then just straight in. It doesn't
That
make
ain't gonna happen.
No, that's what I'm saying. When you start reading this and you start,
it's in the temp, it'll be right here, because you want to get it done,
here,
or it's in the mouth. Yeah.
Yeah.
That ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna
I'm gonna shoot myself behind the ear. David, no, it makes no sense.
That ain't gonna happen. No.
Yeah, so it's just an interesting chemistry of all these people. Detectives that could be good, doing the job, doing what they think is right, and then pressure from above to stymie that, and then everyone agrees to it down below, and no one doing anything about it. The thing that comes along with that typically is what I've seen is that you look for the end of the year banquets and awards, and you start seeing these people are the ones getting the awards. And so I waited till the end of the 2015 calendar cycle, calendar year for the city of Apple Valley, and looked at the awards. And guess who was getting all the accolades? Was the detectives, the detective team, and the promotions that were given. People moving up were the people on this case. Now, as horrendous as it was, could there be the fact that maybe they did do a good job? I don't know. I wouldn't think so. So why would the department heads be going out of the way, giving these people promotions, awards, trophies for all their hard work, and being called out on the annual report? That's the thing that also confirmed it for me when I saw the very next year, when 2016 rolled around. I got the annual report, and I looked into the police and the detectives section of how good they are, how good they did, what a great job. But 2 pages earlier, you look at the history of homicides in the city of Apple Valley, and it's 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 0, 0 on an annual basis. And here you have 3 in one day. These people that work the case are not dealing with homicides on a normal basis. First thing you do is you call for help. Who's the agency above that could assist us with this? This is over our head. But then you get that whole ego factor once again coming in, that, you know what? Well, let's try to do this ourselves. Let's solve it ourselves. We're not going to call those guys in. We're going to look like wimps. We're going to do it ourselves. Well, you're setting yourself up now in every way imaginable to look bad. And that's And that's what happened. So the only way to get this out is as these people, as the detectives start retiring, leaving the force, is to get them to come forward, do some interviews, even if it's anonymously. Do some interviews when you're no longer on the record, you're no longer under the domain of anyone above you to drive that. Now, then again, you could get pressure with your pension, your benefits, your retirement.
Didn't you actually contact a former police officer, Dan, and then he was going to say yes, but then turn around and said, "Oh, nope, talk to somebody," and they said, "Don't."
Yes. One of the years, I think it was 2017 or 2018, I looked at the annual report and I saw that a couple officers had retired. They had a big going away party of retirement, and one was on the case. One was the first person on the case in the scene. Dr. Broughton, I think, saw the door ajar. It was the very person that saw the door ajar, slightly ajar in the back patio with his own eyes. I contacted him and said, can we sit down for an interview at a coffee shop? And I just want to get your thoughts on seeing the site. What was it like? I wasn't going to ask him what was the smell, the horrendous smell of that house. But what was it like coming across a scene like that? Now you're retired. How does it stack up against everything you've done in your career? What was it like? What are some of your thoughts on that? He says, I could meet at a coffee shop, meet for some coffee, talk about some things. And I said, even if it's on or off the record, as far as an interview, I was just interested to pick his brain. And it was a couple days later, he said, I talked to Officer Gummert, and he said, please don't contact me anymore. We're not doing any interviews, and please don't reach out to me again. So all of a sudden the tone changed. The tone certainly changed from a nice guy, very interesting, looking forward to meeting you, going over some of the cases, going over the case, to no, we're not going to do it. I was told not to do it, and please stop calling me. It almost sounded like he was insinuating that I was stalking him or something. It was literally like 2 emails, but the tone changed. Now, my question is, why did you go to your boss to begin with? You're not working there anymore. You're not working. You're retired. Why are you making a phone call? Now, this is once again, Sophia, you may know the chain of command. He had to feel the need to go make this call to say, hey, is it okay if I do an interview? I'm off the case. I'm no longer with the force. Can I do it? And the person obviously said, no, you're not going to do the case. You're not going to talk anything about this case. Well, now I have really a bunch of questions. Why are you calling to get approval when you're retired? And why is someone telling you, if you're retired, not to talk about a case when it no longer impacts you? All those are red flags to me. And don't contact him, and make sure you don't contact him ever again. Well, that's odd, I think. Many police officers serve 25, 30, 35 years, have an outgoing farewell party, a big blowout party, and then they go on to do multiple interviews of what they did over their lifetime, the cases they've been on, Joe Kenda kind of stuff, reminiscing all the years they've spent on the case. This is a simple interview, but it was with me. And he said, no, you're not doing it. You're not calling him at all. Call him and tell him you're out. That's all that he said. It was short, it was abrupt, and he hung up. I have nothing against the guy. Once again, he's compromised by someone up above. Someone told him, I don't know. I don't know what was said, but the tone sure changed.
Yeah, and John Broughton, he was one of the guys, the first responders. And I did a whole chapter about the people, the police officers who were first there. They're not even detectives, right? So they're just kind of there.
Good point. They're not a detective. I'm not asking him about the detective. I wasn't going to interview him about the case itself. I just wanted to interview about what was it like coming on a case like that? What was it like getting that call? What was going through your mind when you entered, the house? Yeah. Basic elementary questions from a patrol officer. He wasn't a detective.
Right.
Good point.
That's the person that I would want to hear from, because he's one of the first people there that walks into that house, that goes into that house. Like, those are the people. dog barking, all of that stuff. And so reading the reports of the first responders is so critical. It's so crucial. It really helps you understand, based on their reports, what they went through when they went into that house. Then you have the detectives, you have the BCA, you have the captain, you have the chief, all these people that are kind of like killing it, right? It just really seems like there is something very different from the people from the police officers who first went in that house.
Yeah, he would have had
Something happened.
a very authentic,
Very authentic.
it would have been an honest reaction,
Yeah.
an authentic reaction, because no one would have gotten into his ear by that time as a first responder on the scene. The later people that showed up, yes, I think they had either instructions what to do, what not to do, or an idea of what happened, planted once again by what the first people said happened. So you already know what the answer is. But the first people on the scene, I think, are the most important for an interview like that. Now, I'm certainly open to having him call me back or to do an interview down the road. I think he's still one of the good guys because he didn't know anything different. But, things change. But my question is, why the phone call? Why asking the supervisor for approval to do a podcast with the local guy on YouTube doing podcasts?
Because he had already retired by that point, right?
Yeah, he was already retired. He was done. No harm, no foul. But I don't know. I don't have a law enforcement background. I don't have a military background. So I don't understand the whole chain of command. I don't get that. But folks that I've talked to said it's very structured like that. You always report to your superior, and they report to their superior, and so on and so on.
Even after would be able to give us a good example.
Yes, Sophia, would you have anything more on that from serving in the military?
You don't question anything told to you. If you question, or this is when I was in the military in the 90s, I mean, if you question it, or if you cop an attitude, or if you disagree, you don't last very long. You get written up. They really give you a hard time. I know that I was young when I was in the military, and I clashed with my first sergeant who was right there in the same office with me. She didn't like me. She let me know that from the very beginning when I first stepped onto that base. And it was a very difficult couple of years. And then I got transferred, thankfully. But, I wonder how things would have been if I was a little bit older, more mature, basically. But anyway, you just don't question it. If somebody tells you to do something, you do it.
And that's the culture. That's why it's also successful, very successful culture, because it's you're dealing with young people coming up, young people coming into the role, young people getting into the military, and they don't want to wreck it. They don't want to wreck their chances and screw anything up. They don't want to get into, quote, trouble. So they go along. Law enforcement, same thing. You're a young patrol guy coming in after getting your degree. You don't want to cause trouble. You want to move your way up through the ranks. You want to be good. You want to be awarded. You want to be rewarded. And you do what you're told. You're not there to push, there's not a lot of shows like the Rambo, the wild, the gunslinging, stud police officer, because that's not the case.
And you said Officer Broughton was the one that you were supposed to have the interview with. I used to have information, and I need to go back and check it, but I do believe that he was part of the fraternal organization, Masonic Lodge, the police officer one.
And more than likely, Sophia, that's correct. I don't know if that's true or not. Most those in law enforcement, most of those, if not all belong to a fraternal lodge anyway. So not only do they have that working against them, they've got the chain of command working against them, and all these things are built that way. Those things are built on purpose that way. That culture. You can't say, I'm going to join the police force, but you know what? Fraternal order, I'll sit this one out. You guys join that. You're going to get looked at a certain way if you turn that down. So these people all belong to Elks Lodges, Moose Lodges. They're all involved in these groups, to begin with, and they think that they're doing it. You're helping the community, you're bettering the community, you're signing up to be a membership, you're a member or an elected official at one of these groups, and that's what goes on. And then they find out later that, oh wow, it's something that I don't want to be, maybe a part of. But then you find out too late. It's Freemasonry. It's the Elks Lodge. It's the whole Masonic thing that you get into. And at that age, you're young, you don't know what those things are meant for or meant to do. So then you end up getting pressure that way as well. And that's probably where maybe he got recommended to, hey, call your boss, contact your old boss if you have a question about doing this. If you're hesitant on doing this podcast, reach out to this boss, because they're already going to know the answer. What's he going to do? Call Gummer. Gummer's going to say, no, don't do it. Don't even contact this guy anymore. And so now you get this perfect, well-run machine of slave soldiers beneath you they're not thinking on their own. They're not, you eliminate the critical thinking by going into the military, like Sophia said. They turn that part of your brain off. Law enforcement, same thing. Dealing with Kenneth Maines, you can just tell he went through the checklist. Things at a crime scene, check, 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 check. Never once did he take a step back and say, what's going on here? Never even thought of it. Right. Never even crossed his mind some of these basic things. And I think the detectives are that way too. But from what I was told, close knowledge, these detectives in Apple Valley are quite good.
So they knew better.
Well, they're good detectives. They're good detectives. I don't know if they knew better. They're not open-minded. I don't think they're critical thinkers. But they did well in their classroom, and they did well going through getting good grades in school.
Okay, they're excellent box checkers.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's a fair assumption. So the person that told me about the good detectives is someone in the same exact field. To say, I've gone to classes, I've gone to conferences, I've gone to workshops with these guys. These are nice guys, really good. They're good guys. They're not guys involved in a cover-up. I said, I never said that they're involved in the cover-up. They're involved in the cover-up after the fact. But at some point, after being presented with all this information that we've done on our side, when do you go back then and say, hey, look, boss, this doesn't add up. Nothing here adds up. And they're good, like the mention says, they're good robots. What they are is good robots. So the definition for the four of us on this call and the others that are in the chat room, the definition of good detective, what I was hearing my friend say, was not a quality that I think is a good detective, what the four of us would think of. Critical thinker, thinking outside the box. What's the big picture here? What's really going on here? Are they good at box checking and taking the class, getting the A on the test, going through getting good grades in law enforcement academy? Maybe they are. They're probably really good at that. Would they be someone I want investigating my murder? No, not at all. But are they nice people? They more likely are nice people. Nice people and being awake and being a sheep is two different things, as we all know.
Very, very true. One thing I wanted to bring up here is I want to share this. So this is where it all started right here. This is on page 138 of 485. So this is the first press release that calls it, quote unquote, suspicious deaths. And this is where there were a few of the early news reports. That's what they were basically saying. Well, these deaths are suspicious. With the Phil Marshall case, Dan, it was kind of the same thing. There were even the coroner. He was like, these deaths are suspicious, but that doesn't mean that what the police are saying isn't true. But this was a very interesting one here because they're just saying, they're making it very, very clear that the deaths are suspicious. But then in the second one, it has that same title here. But they want to make it clear that the police, there's no public threat, there's no threat to public safety, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, how do they know that? Why would they come up with that so early on? One day later, everything has completely changed, but the subject line hasn't. Now, by the third one, everything is kind of changing. Well, yeah, they're suspicious, but they pretty much have it all solved here. But in that first day, there's a lot of confusion. At least I was very, very confused just reading this. Go ahead.
If we could get someone on the chat room or someone to call in, I'm not sure. Maybe how they use the phrase "suspicious deaths" is that a common bucket something falls into if they don't know the answer yet? All the four of us think suspicious deaths. Wow, suspicious. Why would you write that if you already know the answer? But I think it might be in law enforcement, the way they do a press release, they may pick from a couple drop-down menus of what do you want the title to be for this, and maybe that fit. I think that was bad. But you have to look, and Catherine and Sophia might like this, Greg. But if you bring that up again, look at who wrote this. Look what name. And we looked at this very early on, and I think Catherine and Sophia came onto this case in around 2017. But if you look at Captain John Bermel's background, I would encourage you all to go look at his LinkedIn page, what he's involved in and what his background is, and some of the groups he's associated with. This will tip you off to what we got going on here. Look up his background.
I will.
Hello?
I think I will definitely look him up.
Look into the things that he's involved in and the groups and the different fraternities that he's associated with in some of the different cities in the U.S. and some of the think tanks he's involved in. And then you'll start to see, I'm not saying CIA, I'm not saying intelligence, but there's things like that have different names to them, but follow under the same kind of suit. He's a leader in a bunch of these things. And he went back to school to get his theological degree, and he's a pastor, minister, priest type of a person as well. Now, the person that told me this said a lot of the infiltrators in law enforcement, in the industry of law enforcement, you'll see them come up through the ranks of theology background, church. They're being the chaplain in the local town when accidents happen. When a car crash happens, they call on the local chaplain. Usually that person is that point person to make a decision on how things look right away. And usually of all the pastors and ministers in the town, the chaplain, the one that gets picked up to take on this role, which is like a promotion, a cool thing to have on the resume, is typically not your gatekeeper, but that answers for things that happen usually start from this person. Bermel's a good guy to look into and an interesting cat to look into, because after these first three press releases went out, everything else came from, I think it was Chief Reitzzeigel. Bermel's name was not on anything after these first three, as far as I know. We heavily looked into his background because the folks on the page back then, when we were looking into the corruption in Apple Valley, went right away to either Reitzzeigel, which could have been, he's the one who gave that Fox 9 News with Leiden with the red face, lying through his teeth. Obviously was not giving any authentic anything in that interview. He was sweating giving a simple interview to Fox 9. So it's above him. Reitzgel's the one who's compromised and throwing him under the bus. But it starts with Bermel here in this case. Hennepin County has corruption. Dakota County has corruption. Apple Valley, and these guys do. And so there is issues there already with these guys. Now, are the detectives at the low level good, honest, hardworking people? Maybe they are. But if a case is going up and it's going to get squashed out with the thumbtack, it's going to be coming from guys like Bermel. I don't even know how to say his name, but do some research, look into what he's gotten himself into and the organizations he's in. And it'll be very, very telling. I got to jump off here in about 5 minutes, but once you look into him, and this was the stuff that we were looking into back in 2015, right off the bat. So the movie and the documentary came out in 2017. We have a whole bunch of new members in 2017. 2016, after the thing came out, after the death of a dystopian, the movie came out, and that article in the city pages in the Twin Cities, once that came out, that article from Corey Zarowski, we got a bunch of other members joining, but we were really heavily hitting the Gray State guys at that point, as far as the research, the background, their strange affiliations of these people from all over the U.S. that all kind of converged here in the Twin Cities, all with no jobs and paying for things with cash, kind of things. These are your the strange people that came into play. Then you've got this pretty good background Apple Valley Police Department that's for the most part never in the news, always on the up and up. And then you get a case like this where you've got some guy heading it that's very nefarious things involved with, and that's Barmel. But I haven't seen anything after that had his name on it at all.
Would that be expected for him to take a back seat, kind of run things from behind the scenes?
Well,
I don't know.
I think once we started hitting him hard, not him directly face to face with emails and stuff, but looking into his background, and a lot of stuff got published about his background and what he's involved with, and what he's doing in circles of intelligence. And I don't want to say what's that movie that came out about the military, the men who speak to goats. So, some of these,
the men who stare at goats.
The men who stare at goats. It's a lot of this MK Ultra kind of stuff, and brainwashing and operations like that is what many felt that he had the earmarks of a lot of these things. And if he was connected to something at a federal level that was ordered to shut it down, which we still think, I do, he didn't at the local level shut it down. Federal level shut it down, but no one was in the federal level. No one was involved. The DHS wasn't there, like Mason Hendricks said. So how is your connection? Who's the connection that would have shut it down from the federal level? It would have been a guy like Bermel to put a stop to this whole thing with plausible deniability. Say, I've got no connections to federal. We're just a little city police department. But this thing got shut down. Now we also have confidential informants in the mix, working on the federal level, again, not state, but federal. So this is where you go into the down the deep rabbit hole of how all this came together, I think. And I think the cover-up at the police department from Apple Valley came as a subsequent thing. That was ordered, I think, to get shut down based on the feds having some rogue guys go rogue that are under their watch and on their payroll in order for this whole thing to shut down. I don't think Apple Valley Police was involved with this at all, other than the aftermath and the cover-up, actively trying to cover it up. And that was maybe 2 or 3 people doing that. The rest could have been hardworking detectives doing the right thing.
Yeah, just doing what they're told.
They're doing what they're told, and they're also doing something that they don't do every year And Apple Valley is really, you're calling in for domestics. You're talking, parking tickets and a stolen bicycle, and I got a domestic dispute and a burglary charge at this. These are the things that you're dealing with on a daily basis, not a triple homicide. I mean, I don't know. It's such out of the realm that I can't even put into words. What would it be like for any of us to be doing what they did? It was so out of your bounds.
Well, Dan, it's probably late there. So do you have any final words? I know you got to jump
No,
off,
I just want to thank everyone for jumping on the call tonight, and keep plowing ahead. Stay on as long as you guys would like. I got to just run though tonight.
Thank you, brother.
Bye,
Have a
Dan.
good night.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Let's see here. We got some great comments. Ladies, the ladies of justice, anything before we kind of look at some of these comments here? Some great comments that I want to get caught up on.
I'm looking at them.
Oh, here's one I wanted to ask you both about. Sunshine and Chaos. The mummified hand tells us David was tied up at some point. The mummified hand, for me at least, is kind of weird. Like, why didn't Paleo, if the dog was eating everything, why didn't he eat that hand? He left the hand. He's like, oh, I'm going to take one of David's hand, but I'm not going to eat the other one. I'm going to move on to some other things. Why not eat both hands? The hand is right there.
Yeah, and instead he's going to go and eat the hands that are hidden, under the body and under a blanket. I'm going to go for that instead of the one right out in the open. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've heard some people say that maybe if your hands are bound and the circulation gets cut off. Honestly, I don't know enough about mummification. I trying to find information on it, and it's not all that easy now that Google's been, limiting what they allow you to see. But honestly, I don't know. I have no clue.
Okay, here's another one. I think this one is about the medical examiner right here. She was young. She was worried about her job and her reputation. And buzzing. And then she put in a transfer. Okay.
Yeah, it was a few months after Catherine Crowley's death. She was gone. She didn't stick around for that.
Let's see. See this one. Oh, here we go. In the Army, they say you never leave. Is that true?
I didn't hear that. I mainly heard that when you work for the government, you never leave the government.
For people that want to stay, they want to stay in the Army. They want to stay in the government.
Well, you're mentally still loyal. I haven't been at my job for years, and I will still stick to the the NDAs and the confidential things that they ask you. You sign away. I would never think. I just couldn't. And it doesn't even matter. It's like it's so many years later. It doesn't even matter. But I still, yeah, that's true. That's true. You're still there. You're still loyal.
This is a bad. Okay, because I worked for a company. I worked for a coffee company, right? I worked at a coffee shop, and I worked at Starbucks. At Starbucks, they would make you sign this waiver that said you couldn't talk about anything. I'm like, I'm signing an NDA for Starbucks for coffee. But I have never violated whatever they have me sign. I was like, I don't care.
Yeah, see?
This is probably a little more serious, but let's see what other. Oh, here's a good one. Judy should have gotten the plaque, then they went to her there and didn't budge.
Right? They should have gave her the award. You're so true, Sunshine. Oh, it's like she's the perfect patsy. You know what I mean? Maybe she doesn't even realize, maybe she does by now, but at the beginning she didn't realize that she was the patsy. They're like, oh, look, we got somebody who gave us a work. Let's run with this. But we won't tell them we're running with it.
Oh, she loves the attention.
Right.
Were they executed? When you talk about David, he had to shoot himself here in the back of the head instead of just putting it right here or putting it here. If he really wanted to make sure that he was able to kill himself. And you look at the entrance wounds or the exit, we look at these three bodies. Were they executed?
Looks like to me they were.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sophia.
I mean, I cannot explain how the gun got to its resting place, especially if he shot himself on the right side and it went out through the left parietal bone. And I know I said that wrong. I'm
No, you said,
sorry, Catherine.
no, you said it right. Yeah.
And then we have the bullet hole for supposedly item, well, it's the bullet hole for item 57 that is supposed to be connected to David. It's off to the right and to the back. So it's going from west to east, I believe, Catherine?
Yes, the bullet direction, yes, west to east.
Yeah. It's in the exact opposite of where the bullet came out of David's head.
Mhm.
So either he was shot someplace else and placed there, which you don't see high velocity blood spatter, so that makes sense. Or that bullet was planted there, or that bullet has nothing to do with his death. But I mean, don't really know. There wasn't skin on there, there wasn't hair on there, there wasn't
No blood.
tissue, no blood. It was DNA, though. We don't know if it was saliva, we don't know if it was skin cells, but it was so tiny that they had to replicate it hundreds of thousands of times. So, I don't
Well,
know.
you know, here's the beauty of this entire thing. If you really think about it, Apple Valley never gave a scenario. They just simply said, according to the evidence, David did it. And it's been everybody else who's been saying, oh, then this bullet did this, that bullet killed David, and that did. They never say that. It's everybody else who says that. So the
Yeah.
fact that it doesn't have his blood, and once they get it in their head, you know, because they filled in a piece of the puzzle for themselves, the Apple Valley, they're not going to correct anybody. They're not going to say, well, no, that's not what we said. They're just letting people run with it. Like, make up your own ideas because you guys are doing a great job keeping the waters muddled.
Yeah, and they're I mean they're doing that, and then at the same time they don't want us asking questions.
Because we're clearing up the muddied waters.
Can't do that. They want the waters muddied.
Yes.
Obviously, they want the swamps, right? They want that stuff. They want all of that there. But then they don't want people asking these simple questions. You know, it's very, very strange. And I think that's another reason why there's so many people, so many good people that are looking into this. They look at other cases. Well, all three of us, everybody in this chat room, we're not looking at just this case. We look at many cases, but there is something, in my opinion, there's something very special about this case. I can't put my finger on it. 8 years later, I still can't put my finger on it, but there's something very special about this case.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure.
Just the other day, last week, it was last week, another one of my sisters, like I said, there's a bunch of us in the family, you know, she was just checking in. Hey, hadn't heard from, blah, blah, blah. She said, what you doing? So I telling her we were working on a video for, and she just flat out said, she goes, why don't you just walk away from that? just walk away. I think this is just too much. And I'm like, I can't. And she's like, why? It's really easy. I go, I can't explain it, but I can't walk away. It's it. And until we get the justice for this family, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Tasha says, hello, everyone. Anticipating updates on the new book release. Greg, would you like to take this one?
Yes.
Tasha, I've pretty much finished doing everything I need to do.
Yeah, we're all done. We're waiting for Greg.
It's all on me right here.
Yeah, the Bullet Club.
It's right here. It's on the Bullet Club. Point your bullets right here. For all that, yes. So I want to do this right. and I want to make sure that everything is done right. And there's some other factors into it, but just the whole, Catherine has been a huge help with the whole editing process and teaching me things and helping me re-understand things, even things that I knew when I would ask Catherine about certain things, and she would tell me, why you do things when you're writing a book. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. Okay. It's not necessarily things that I didn't know, but she has also showed me things that I did not know. But Catherine has been a big help at looking at how to make this book the best that it can be, because we want to make this book the best that it can possibly be. So she's been a very big help at just making sure that we get everything right with, these chapters, as long as people are okay with her looking at some of these chapters and as long as she has time for it. But this book is going to be, I'm so excited. I have to take a few steps back to make sure that this book is done right. I don't want to just put it out there and then we have to go back and we do a second version because of whatever typos or grammar things that I missed, et cetera, et cetera. Even after the book is done, even after everybody's chapter is done, it has to be formatted. Then I have to go back to the sources to make sure that the sources are formatted right. So this could be in the summer is what I'm looking at now. And you know what? It could be towards Christmas time too. So it just depends on all of the different chapters. I believe almost everybody has their chapters in. So I'm really trying to stay focused on that, on the different chapters, to make sure that we have everybody's chapters and everybody agree and everybody likes the final version of their chapter once they see it in a version that is made for this book. As long as everybody's happy with it, then we will move forward with it. But we still need time to make sure that every author has a copy of the book so that then they can see, so they can read it. And if they have any edits that they want to make after that, I still want to leave that open. The book is never done until it's published. So that's why I'm like, this book is going to be so awesome. I'm really looking forward to this book, to this project with so many different authors who have so many different views about this case. And there are so many things that you're going to see. Each chapter is its own book. Each chapter is going to cover a different topic. And I just want to make sure that it is the best that it can be. I don't want to let any of our authors down. And so I'm not going to set okay, it has to be released on this date, because I've tried that and I failed. I could not follow through on that date. And so that's kind of where we are at this stage in this book, as far as the written book. But this is going to be a great book. I think this book, for anybody who is researching this case, anybody who has read my first book, even if you haven't read the book, I think you're still going to get a lot out of it, and you're going to be caught up on everything that we have been doing and on a lot of the main things. I don't want to give away some of the first chapters, but I think if you read the first couple chapters, I think you're really going to be hooked on it, and you're going to see that there is really something wrong with what we were told about this David Crowley case. I don't know what else to say without giving everything away. So sorry, Tasha.
And I sourced everything too, so
Yeah. Yep.
that's why it really makes it hit home with my
Well,
chapters.
the parallels chapter was just that was, I really wanted to make sure, and I know I sent it to you, so I hope you can,
I will.
we'll go back through that. But that is a very challenging chapter. There's so much in there, it's almost like a mini book in itself.
Yeah. And I actually took a few things out of that one too
Okay.
because I couldn't source it properly, and some of it was similar to other parallels, and then it was 19 well, when I was writing it, the notes were, God, I don't even know, like 40 pages or something. But when Greg formatted it, it turned out to be 19 pages.
Which is still
So,
a lot. That's a lot.
yeah, so anyway, I really hope people do like that chapter. And then Greg still needs to go over the DNA and the blood spatter. So, got those chapters too. But Greg disappeared.
He's gone.
So, it's getting super late.
Yeah, it is. We've been on here like hour and 45 minutes almost.
Mhm.
Yeah. So when he comes, we just have everybody. We have to wait for him to come back because he controls the show.
I do appreciate everybody in the live chat. And if you've enjoyed tonight's episode, if you could please hit the like button, we really would appreciate it. Maybe even leave a comment in the comment section. That would be great too.
Yeah, it's really important. It's great. I mean, I'm looking at this on a separate laptop. The
Mhm.
comments are amazing, but it's really important to leave comments down below too. It's the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, so hit the
Yes.
like button and drop a comment, even if it's just something simple, or more questions, or what, or even reiterate what you wrote in the chat section. Just put it down below in the comments. It would be great.
But we do appreciate you being here tonight with us during the live.
Yep. Absolutely. Just gonna go. That. And did that one. What's this one?
Yeah, we did that
Mhm.
one.
Did that one.
Why don't
Load
you get down to
bench.
Daniel's?
Yeah, I'm trying not to skip anybody just because I know they, took the time to comment. So I want to try to go through it as much as I can. I know it's probably way past this now, but let's see. Good robots, I think was. Let's see.
Good paper shufflers. Thanks, Sunshine. You're probably gone now, but thank you for being here. Absolutely. So true, Geppetto.
Buzzing. Really?
Oh, so
That
no
I
wonder,
didn't know.
yeah, see, no wonder Dan's saying check him out. Thanks for pulling that up, Azing. That's awesome.
Yeah. So I know they have a new chief. I can't remember his name, Nick something, but so they have a new chief there. I was looking into him.
Yeah, I sent him an email and sent him all the stuff, and he ignored me. What else is new, right?
Well, when did you send it?
Probably about 3 or 4 months ago now.
Okay, well, if they reopen the case, they are going to ignore you.
He didn't even, yeah, they didn't even acknowledge thanks for the email, or go stick your head in the toilet. They didn't say anything. Just,
Okay, so where should I go down to? I'm trying to get down
To
there.
Daniel, his first comment.
Okay. I think I'm here.
oh, there we go.
I just don't want to put my glasses back on, so I can't read it.
It's anyone
Uh,
who's on the fence about this whole case. Maybe not a fair question, but what is your biggest gut check that indicates his family was murdered by someone outside the family? Oh, that's a good question. It's a
That's a
very
great question.
I don't think they were murdered by somebody outside the family. I don't think David did it, though.
well, I mean, yeah, it's, and when we've gone through so much of the evidence, like the autopsy states that David's decomp was more advanced than Komel and Raniya's. He's dead longer. There's just no other way about it. Along with other things. It's
Uh,
evident he didn't do it.
the gunshot entrance wound is on the right side. Well, it had to have been on the back of the right side because of the exit wound on the left. The gun is laying by his knee on the left side. Uh, so we have that. We have mold uh,
Yeah.
on his
David.
liver, I think.
Was his internal
Or was it?
It was just, yeah, I'd have to go and pull it up again, but both David and Rania had internal mold. Kamel did
Mhm.
not. Mold takes a little bit longer to grow. So there are just so many things.
Along with the mummification, too. And there's no high velocity blood spatter at the crime scene. It's just low to medium velocity, along with transfer, and there are a little bit of clotting and swipe marks, but there's just no high velocity.
But for
I
this
mean,
first question, what would you say to anyone who is on the fence about this whole case?
My whole thing,
David died first.
yeah, it's like, read it. It's in there. David did. He died first, and if he died first, he couldn't have killed them. And but what is your biggest gut check that indicates? The autopsy reports. Plain and simple.
And the black light
spatter,
report.
Yeah, the black light report that shows that the laptop was, or the computer was accessed after the family was already deceased. The blood spatter, which is missing, like Sophia was saying, it's missing high velocity. You don't see high velocity anywhere in that house. For 4 gunshot wounds to 3 heads, no high velocity. And then the autopsy reports, which show David died first. There you
And
have
the blood on the inside on the magazine, on the inside of the gun.
Yep.
That's a big thing for me.
Yep.
Passive blood drops that were never tested.
Yeah. And exactly, this is another thing too, the no fingerprints on the wall. Now, if David were doing this, he wouldn't be disguising his fingerprints. That would be ludicrous. If he had supposedly snapped, he would just be doing it, and they would find his prints. He would find his DNA in that blood mixture on the wall, but it was just Kamel's and no prints.
Yeah. And if he was bleeding before that when he touched that magazine that all those bullets are supposed to be connected to, and put it in the gun, he had to have used Kamel's blood to write on the wall with his hand. He would have had blood mixture in that wall, and they did not detect his blood whatsoever. It was only Kamel's.
Indicated as female.
So.
Thank you, Joanna.
But the fact that they didn't test the passive blood drops just bugs me so much.
Yep. Me too. Ignorance can only last so long. There will come a time when they just can't avoid seeing reality. That's what we're waiting for.
If they really care, right?
Trying to keep up with the comments.
I know I can't. I'm trying to make sure I get all of them. I can't get all of them.
Oh, I can see it better that way.
You guys this is a fantastic chat room. You guys are amazing. All 3 of my dog.
Yeah, that's why I just don't see his hands sitting there, or the toes on their feet that are exposed. When you read the news stories of like pit bull puppies, and I don't want to target certain dogs, I'm just using it as an example, they usually go for the fingers and the toes and the soft tissue on the face. But the toes and the fingers, the hands and the feet were not.
Yeah. and also the abdomen. They go for generally the soft areas. And then what do your dogs do? Everybody think about this. They lick your toes. If your toes don't have socks on, they generally are licking your feet all over the place. That we just don't see that.
So, and I wanted to thank Daniel for his question because that was a good one.
It was.
Mm-hmm.
And we do appreciate that. And
that's a question that I always think about, for people that are new to this case. Like, how do you reach people that are just learning about this case that may not know about it, or just if you could pitch it to them in 2 minutes, what would you tell them? If you say, hey, have you heard about David Crowley? Well, let me tell you about this. You got about a minute or two, right? And that's it. What would you tell them? What would both of you tell them?
2 minutes.
You got 2 minutes. That's it.
And the timer starts now.
This is like it's like a Twitter thing, right? Yeah, you got 150 characters.
I fail at this game. I fail. I need more than 2 minutes. 20 maybe.
Yeah.
By that time, the person's like, I am trying to get out of this conversation now.
Right.
Yeah, I see that meme. It's like, you've been kidnapped and they return you after 2 hours because of what topic? It would be this topic.
This one.
Thank you for watching, Daniel. Yeah, I mean, I think I would just simply say something like, do you want to hear a story about a family of 3 where the husband was accused of being the murderer? But guess what? There's other blood at the scene.
There is.
That belongs to somebody that doesn't belong to the general public. You fill in the blanks.
Yeah. And we have to be careful in that area because
we don't know. I mean, we don't know. We don't know whose it is, what it is, or how far distant. We have no clue. We just know that it doesn't belong to David and Komel or Raniya, and it doesn't belong to the general public.
Correct.
Yeah, I would just say that there is a guy who has been accused of a double murder suicide, and there's no evidence. I could go one step further. This was a soldier who served this country. Same thing. He's been accused of this crime. There's no evidence that he did this.
The fact that we can list off actual proof and point to the evidence, like the documents and stuff like that, and the photos, that is something really big. Whereas those who believe that David is guilty, they can't give us one single reason besides the fact the police said it. They can't point to the documents and say, oh, he was high. Oh, he was drunk. Oh, he was abusive. Oh, he actually pulled the trigger. Where's the proof of that?
Right.
It's like everything on their side is assumptions. We have the facts. And the fact that Catherine came across the marked autolysis, that just shows right then and there that he was dead longer than, well, if I was to guess order, it was him, Raniya, and then Komel. But Komel has 3 bullets tied to her in regards to DNA, so there's no way she could shoot herself in the back of the head twice and still have a 3rd bullet connected to only her. So that just leads me to believe that there was somebody else or 2 people in that house, maybe even 3.
Yeah, and I've had so many people contact me over the years, probably not recently, but probably between 2017 and 2019, right before COVID happened. After COVID, it was like there was just a lot of things that happened there. Of course, that's when I decided to put the book out and start doing the podcast and everything. But during 2017 and 2019, I would get a lot of questions. Well, how do we know that Komel didn't do it? I say, well, how is she going to shoot herself in the back of the head or shoot herself in the head, wherever she shot her? You can't shoot yourself twice. And that would pretty much end it, right?
Right.
So,
Yeah. It was.
okay.
How would you do? I mean, especially with the kick at that gun, there's just no way. No way.
Unless they're Gary Webb. If
Oh
you're
yeah.
Gary Webb, maybe. All right. Maybe you could do it. But I don't think Komel was Gary Webb is here. Kamel's like here. So I don't think she could do that.
Didn't he have like a shotgun that did it too?
That I've never heard that. I don't know. I don't know about the shotgun, but that would be even less.
Well, I mean, then we're in like Kurt Cobain territory there. So,
Well, this is an interesting one that I've heard. If you don't know who Mike Salvi is, it's funny that Geppetto does. I've done a few videos where Mike Salvi interviews David Crowley. Sean Wright is also there. I think Mitch Heil is there too, around 2012. So there is a great interview. If you've never seen the interview with Mike Salvi and David Crowley, where David Crowley just kind of pops up, it is one of the most uncomfortable interviews, aside from the Joe Sayward. No, not Joe Sayward. Is that the guy?
Eric Sayward.
Eric. Aside from that interview where David Crowley has his wife and his child in view while he's being interviewed, where he didn't really know that he was going to be interviewed or anything. Aside from that, there's a 2012 interview where Mike Salvi and Sean Wright are just chatting. They're just talking. They're smoking something. They're just kind of hanging out, chatting. And David Crowley walks in. He's obviously there. And they ask him a couple questions, and you can see it is just very uncomfortable. So if you haven't seen that, you can compare that to the interview with Sayward, right? And you can see that there's some people within the quote unquote truth movement and the Ron Paul revolution, while all that is happening, which a lot of us got caught up on. And there's a lot of weird things that happen then, and a lot of strange people that claim to be about truth. And when David Crowley dies, where are they? Where is Mike Salvi? Where is Sean Wright? Where are these guys? Where is Stuart Rhodes? Now, Stuart Rhodes at least came out and said, hey, we want to make this movie happen after David Crowley died. Stuart Rhodes came out and said, we want to make this happen, blah, blah, blah. And then we find out that there's a lot of other things happening with a lot of these people that David Crowley knew about. Not saying that he was friends with them or anything like that. David Crowley, there were a lot of people that surrounded David Crowley that were not real people. There were a lot of informants. There were a lot of people, from my view, that wanted to gravitate towards David Crowley, to what he was doing. And I believe David Crowley, the reason why we have this team, why David Crowley was trying to separate himself and to create this new team, is because he may have realized, and I'm sure you both probably know this, and a lot of people watching this and listening to this know this too, he was surrounded by people that did not really care about the gray state, or did not really care about what David Crowley wanted to do. They were just leeches. They wanted to leech off of him. They wanted to just, hey, if David Crowley is going to make it, I want to make sure that I'm part of that thing too. And the crazy thing is, these people, after David Crowley died, they were quick to say David Crowley did this, right? They were gung-ho about everything David Crowley was doing until he died. Did not even question, well, maybe he didn't do this. No, we're not vocal about it, right? They want to act like they are so brave about anti-government. They're going to stand up to the government. They're going to stand up to all these things. They're going to stand up to the New World Order, but they will not stand up for David Crowley. They are full of crap. These are not real people who care about the truth movement. If there ever was one, which I don't believe that there really was, these people do not care about David Crowley. This is a slam dunk case. All the evidence is right there in front of their face, and they are not speaking up like us. And some of them went and they hid in these shadows. Some of them came out and they said, oh, these people are crazy. They don't know what they're talking about, et cetera, et cetera. We've done the research. We've looked at the documents. These people could do the exact same thing. I don't know whether it's their sponsors, whether it's the people that are sponsoring them to do what they do on YouTube. I don't know what the case is, but for whatever reason, they are remaining silent on the David Crowley case. And you have to ask yourself why. And at some point, they will ask themselves why too. And at some point, people on their channels, in their chat rooms, will comment and say, why are you talking about the David Crowley case? Why are you talking about David Crowley? What is the big deal? You want to talk about all these other cases, but you won't talk about David Crowley? Why not? Let's talk about it. Not saying you have to agree or disagree or whatever. Let's talk about David Crowley. Let's talk about what proves he is guilty and what proves he is innocent of murdering his child, murdering his wife, and then killing himself like a coward would do. Let's talk about it. Why not? They'll talk about all these other cases. Why not talk about this one?
Well,
it's a slam dunk case.
I mean,
Mike
it's
Savvy.
in 2022, it became abundantly clear that the three-letter agencies were inserting people online and in person to groups. And you notice how Ken Maines said that this was a movement. This was their group, and it was some type of movement project, basically. And I can easily see the government inserting somebody into that. I mean, David was around certain people who were involved in other liberty movements within Minnesota and supposedly very active. How do we know that person did not attach themselves to David with his documentaries that he was working on and in the gray state? I mean, you even have text messages or David stating a quote saying $50,000 and I'm yours. And all he wanted to do was just build sets. I'm not naming this person on purpose. And he was always inserting himself into David's life. And David really didn't want a lot to do with him in the last few months. He was irritated by him, if you go by the journals. And you have to wonder why this person now has like production rights to the documentary and to the movie that David was working on. I mean, that's a question that I have. It's like, how do you have these rights to it now? I mean, wouldn't the family want to have the rights? But, Catherine?
Well, and this is, I know I keep saying this, and it's sometimes I just feel like I'm beating my head up against a wall. Is that when you write something, it does not automatically get handed down. It doesn't get inherited. It remains yours. I mean, a family can then put in for copyright if it's not specifically stated in a legal document that if you die, somebody else gets it. It remains yours. Nobody can touch it. The copyright belongs to you until a certain number of years down the road. And then if the family wants to keep it from becoming public domain, then they fill out the paperwork, they pay the fees, then they then retain copyright for however long. And I lost the question. I'm sorry. I just get on that tangent. It bothers me when people just assume that I mean, it was David's writing. We have proof it was David's writing when at the guild, right? When he's at the Actors Guild or Screen Actors Guild or something, the writing one, where he only had his name on that script. It was his.
And it was only his name on the copyrights too.
Yeah. Yeah, so it remains David's unless there was a will where David said, if I pass, then I pass it along to so and so. I mean, a family can they can file to try to gain ownership of the copyright, but by law, it doesn't automatically get passed down. It remains theirs until 70 years past their death. So, but whoever was doing this and whoever killed this family, if they were thinking of the script and wanting the script, if that was their goal, I don't know. Was it anger? Was it jealousy? Was it, I don't know, mad at Komel because she left Muslim? I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm tossing out every possibility. Was it honor killing? Was it getting back at David for voicing his opinion about the government? But God, I'm talking in circles again and I lost myself. I'm sorry, I lost myself.
Daniel, I do appreciate you pointing out that I was making some good points. Sometimes I tend to ramble when it comes to this case. What would I say likely could have happened? Not sure I really could get into that without an attorney. I'm not trying to make light of it. I think it was somebody who had a lot of anger. I mean, 3 bullets to Komel. That's a lot of anger. They were all hollow point bullets. You just needed one, especially where she was shot in the back of the head. And then the overstaging of the crime scene, the way that they wrote the Allahu Akbar on the wall in blood, and then tore up the Quran on the ground. It just seems like they had a lot of hatred and anger. I really don't even know if this was about the movie. It could have just been a personal thing. And it's taken me a lot of years to get to that point because the movie was never really made. And the people who I thought were involved for years, they never went and did anything similar to the movie. I mean, and so I guess that's just not really a big factor for me now. And then especially with the DNA where it says it rules out the general population of unknown people. So what about the known people? Like family members or cousins or, blood related, basically. But I am not pointing fingers. I'm just quoting what the DNA paperwork says.
Yeah, because the one thing that we can say for sure by looking at the crime scene is that the vast majority of the violence was done toward Komel. Her blood is all over. It's everywhere. So when you're looking at the crime scene, Komel is the target. Now, is she the target to try, just tossing this out there? So was she the target because it was, to get even? And I, again, please, I'm not saying this is just throwing out a theory. Is it an honor killing? Because in honor killings, then it's that person who turned their back on Muslim, then gets the brunt of everything, and then everybody else is just collateral damage. Or was it to harm Komel to torture David in another location? was he then punished via the trauma that Komel suffered? We don't know. There's no way for us to ever know that. That's something the police really needed to look into, but they didn't. But like, look at the blood tests, look at the blood analysis reports. And when you see things like David and Raniya, there's, when you start doing these comparisons, David and Raniya are grouped together a lot of times in a complete separate section from Komel. It's like those two and in her. But when it has, you know, a mixture of two or more individuals matches Komel, David and Raniya are excluded. And then another one, it says single source DNA, female matches Komel. Well, of course, then, you know, David and Raniya will be excluded. But when it comes to those where they say two or more individuals, David is excluded, Raniya is excluded, Komel is included, and they have excluded the general population, that only leaves one group of people left. And that's not us saying it. That's the blood report saying it. So, but they didn't test anybody else. And they should have. When they saw that, they should have found a way to get samples from somebody to rule out the otherwise known, the unknown being the general population, but the known, you know, relatives, let's rule them out. But they didn't they did not take that step. Huge failure on their part.
Yeah. What was the one where, was it Raniya's bullet, where it had her DNA, but Komel and David were ruled out, but there was also unknown DNA on it? I believe it was.
I'd have to pull that up. I don't remember. Hands.
And
correct.
And okay. And so you have unknown DNA, and I want to go back because I want to quote this correctly. So bear with me just one moment, please. The Dropbox is so slow. "35. A mixture of two or more individuals, Komel and Raniya, cannot be excluded." But then they go down and, oh, wait. Not 35, 38. 38 is what I'm looking for.
Okay, the push keys from the gun.
38 is Raniya's bullet. Mixture of two or more people, DNA profile indicates.
53 is Raniya's. 38 is.
I'm sorry, folks.
I pulled up my spreadsheet. So yeah, 38 is the push keys on the gun say. 53 is Raniya. 53 is Raniya.
Okay, 53. I am so sorry, folks. It is like super.
Oh
late.
yeah, you're right. Mixture of two or more individuals matches Raniya, and David and Komel are excluded. Right there.
Yes. And then it says the major profile would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the world population. They use that for every single one. Unrelated. So what about related?
That's what I've been saying over and over and over for so long. It's like they did not test anybody who was related to these people, and they should have. The moment they saw those test results where David and Komel are excluded, and it's a mixture of two or more, could have been 3, could have been 4, who knows? We don't know. But they didn't test anybody. They know they've ruled out the general population. They know they've excluded Komel and David. Why not figure it out? But they don't. That was so frustrating.
So there's missing, to the layman, to us laymen, there's missing DNA. There's DNA of somebody else. That is not. It is not David.
Correct.
And not Raniya, right? Or not Komel. Sorry.
Well, depending on which item is tested, sometimes it's not David, sometimes it's not David and Raniya, sometimes it's not Komel. But
depending
there
on the item.
is,
But
yes,
for this item, for item
for this one,
53,
right? It's not David, it's not Komel, it is Rania, but mixture of two or more,
who is the other person? Who is the other
or
person there?
person or persons.
Right. Or persons. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well,
So
we have item 41-2, mixture of two or more individuals. Major DNA indicated as female matches Kamel.
Yep.
Major profile does not match David or
And
Vanya,
mm-hmm.
but they have a mixture.
Yep. It happens a lot, and that's why I tell everybody, read those blood analysis reports. Read it. You will see for yourself.
And then it says major profile would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the world population. And then it says David and Rania are excluded.
Yep.
I mean, these are just two really good examples. And it's like, okay, well, there's mixtures. And they didn't give a percent. They just said excluded.
this is the other thing. I know Catherine has corrected me many times on this, slapped me
Mhm.
down many times on this, because the DNA, how are they comparing the DNA? They're not comparing it to my DNA. They don't have my DNA, as far as I know. They don't have maybe a lot of the family's DNA. They don't have people outside. But obviously, if they wanted to say, they could say, hey, we need to test your DNA to make sure we have this missing DNA. And we need to make sure that it's not yours. So we're going to test your DNA, right? So how does that whole process work? Because when they say point, it can only be them. But what are they basing that source on? This is another thing with the whole Idaho case. I don't want to get off topic on the Idaho case. That's a whole nother rabbit hole there. But there's some similar things that I'm seeing with the Idaho case where they're like,
well, when you're doing your DNA strands, they're made up of, gosh, you're testing my brain here. It's been so long since I've taken these biology and chemistry courses, but it's like A, G, A, T. You get these sections, and they pair up to make your chromosomes. Now, every group and every family has they're put together in a certain way. And then when you create a child, there's a mixture of those particular ones which come in a certain way. When they take it apart, they can go, this is maternal, this is paternal. We know
don't you need those DNA sources though to
it's all you can
there?
you can get it from this one person's blood, because you're looking at their blood, you're breaking it down, and so they have Rania's blood, and they have David and Komel's DNA, so they can go, okay, we know these three all belong together, all these these pairs, it matches up, we can break it apart, and we know that this part of Rania is carrying David's mixture, and the the A, G, A, T, C, T, whatever they all. It's been a while. I know there's A, G, T stuff in there.
But I mean,
the same with Komel. But the way that they are matched up and paired is going to be way different than the way yours are matched up and paired. The way the general population will be matched up and paired. So that's how they
they're only looking at their DNA.
But when they're looking at this under the microscope, they're going, okay, this is definite match. There's something else here, but these aren't matching up with this. Definitely not matching up with them. We don't know who it belongs to. So,
but that's why they say, well, it's
enough to say that it's probably related, because they have excluded the general population. So they're probably looking and seeing some kind of pairs that match, but it's
between
not,
those three people
that they would expect to see between those three, but it's not theirs. This is really, really an in-depth. You're expecting, okay, you want me to break down, like, say, War and Peace into a two-word lollipop thing, and you really can't
do it.
It's really, really difficult. So
that's why I like asking you about it, because you break it down like that. So
you have major DNA, and that's what we're saying in this case. The major DNA belongs to David, Komel, and Rania because they are the ones that they have the samples for. The minor DNA showing up that, or the unknown basically, that would be the ones that they don't have the samples for yet.
And this is where another thing where they show that they are not looking for any other suspects. They are
No,
not looking to DNA test any people, even just to rule them out. Even just to rule out David's dad, to rule out David's brother, to rule out Sean Wright, to rule out Mason Hendricks, to
To
rule
rule out
out
Sidra,
all
to
of these
rule out,
people,
anybody,
all these people.
and we're
But
not
that's not their
saying they're guilty.
fault.
Right.
No, that's not their fault. That's on these people who whoever is in charge of the DNA test. They're not even ruling anybody else out. They understand from what you're telling me here. They understand there's missing DNA, there's other DNA, and they're not even saying, "Look, we want to make sure that we understand that David Crowley did this. So here is what we are going to do. We are going to take DNA tests from all these other people, and we're going to make sure that we are 100% able to rule them out, because there was a 5-year-old child that was murdered here. There was a young woman that was murdered here. There was somebody that we are accusing of a United States soldier. We are going to rule this out. We're going to do everything we possibly can do to make sure that we understand what happened here. A 5-year-old child has her arm freaking missing. We are going to make sure, and in order to do that, we want all of the family. Let's get your DNA and let's rule this out, because we don't want to leave anything unturned. We want to cross all of our T's and dot all of our I's. They did not do that.
Correct.
okay, and there is a reason for that though.
Okay.
They have to have probable cause.
Okay. Can they
The
ask?
lab, just let me finish.
Sorry,
The
go ahead.
lab cannot say, hey, we need you to go do this because we suspect somebody else. They have to give the reports back to the detectives. The detectives have to do that legwork. And if the detective said, hey, I'm seeing unknown contributors and there's mixtures, but these people are being ruled out. So obviously there's something going on. And they go to their captain who's already said, hey, this is a murder-suicide. What do you think is going to happen to their request to get more blood tests or DNA samples? Because they have to go to court to get that too. They have to have the support of the DA. They have to have the support of the captain,
and public pressure, which was
mhm.
missing because we didn't know what the heck was going on back then, right? So if there was public pressure, maybe some of that would have happened earlier, maybe.
It's just the ball was dropped. They only did enough to make sure that it was ruled a murder-suicide. It's
But
just
was
the issue is that the paperwork, the reports state that it wasn't a murder-suicide.
but there was no public pressure because we didn't know what the heck was going on back then.
It
And
took
then
us years to
right.
get what we have.
But even the people that were, which I believe were the family and friends, the close family and friends back then, were like, what the heck is going on here? But they were just seeing there was no public pressure to put on the Apple Valley police or to put on anybody else to say, we need to figure out what the heck is going on here. And
Yeah, the
there were
only person who stood up to them, she ended up dying. And that was David's mother. She was the only one that voiced opposition. And then she ended up dying.
well, I don't agree with that 100%.
Oh, who else do you think?
I think a lot of the family was, and I think a lot of the soldiers that served with David Crowley,
Well,
and I think a
I'm
lot of the friends
talking
too.
about people who were close to him, because I don't see his dad or his brother or sister in their interview. And
You're not going
correct
to
me
see
if I'm
them on
wrong,
social media. You're not going to see them on
No,
social media.
no. I'm not talking about social media. I'm talking about in the police report, in the interviews. That I mean, there was no opposition. It's just like, well, okay, let me go with the flow. But And I'm not judging them because I'm not in their shoes. It was not my child, but I'm just saying, but David's mom was the one who said, you know what? I don't think that's true. I
but
just don't think but unless it was a pact or a group thing, but she said, I don't think that they did that. I don't think David did that. But then because of other circumstances, she's now passed away. So after that, David had really nobody because the public didn't have any of the information. So, and then when you have all of these newspapers or whatever they were back then, and then you have these TV people like Leiden, and then you have these so-called gray state people who are just all jumping on board going, oh yeah, he did it, look at this guy, and then calling him names. It's sickening. So when the reports come out to show that there's something else or somebody else there, they still don't want to see that and face that truth. They'll fight it forever.
Yep, you're right.
Well, I mean, between the financial records, the phone records, the BCA records, the blacklight reports, and the autopsy records, I mean, all of those, they all point to innocent. So, I mean, anyway,
What do you
David's
think about this
innocent.
comment? Yeah. What do you think about this comment? Because this is the big thing that we were hearing, that a lot of people, which I think, I don't know if you two agree with this. Oh, I love the cat cameo. Bring the cat in there. Come on. That's a second cat cameo there. But there were a lot of people, yeah, they wanted him to be the tip of the spear, but there were also people that wanted to just kind of ride that wave. There was a wave. David Crowley for $6,000 created this wave. It wasn't just him. It was Mitch Heil too. It was whoever was involved with that trailer. But I mean, that 2012 trailer is a huge starting point. Oh, that's so cute. Give the cat a kiss. Sorry, that threw me off. But that was a huge starting point for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the cat likes me. I think the cat is trying to reach out. Come here.
Hey, you,
Come here, kitty.
I think she dimmed it somehow. 1 minute. There we go.
She's like, yeah, we need to change this topic here. Put it back on me. You guys aren't talking about me. But I mean, what do you think about that? Was David, there was a lot of people wanting him to be the tip of the spear. I can see that. What do you gals, what does the ladies of justice think about that?
I think I'm going to hurt some feelings when I say this, and I apologize ahead of time if some feelings get hurt. I do not believe that Alex Jones is a free speech type savior who is out there to help people. I think he's only in it for himself. And I think that he is controlled. And when everybody who was part of David's group that could speak out, like gosh, what was that movement, Greg? The one that was in Minnesota that was such a big movement. Could you throw me a bone?
Was it recent or was it? I mean, there was
No, when David was alive.
The 9/11 Truth Movement, the Tea Party, the Ron Paul Revolution.
I mean, they all were involved in everything. I mean, honestly, but they had government people in these movements. We know this. And then we have Alex Jones, who just happens to appear in certain volatile situations. And, I'm just thinking if they told him, hey, there's nothing here, the guy committed suicide, quote unquote, and this is what you're going to stick with, drop it. And then everybody else takes their cues from him. And it doesn't help that whoever is working in the background, that's part of a 3-letter agency, is also spreading those lies. They got to sell it somehow. And, maybe he was the tip of the spear when he was alive. It's just sad. And I'm really tired.
I'm
So
sorry. I'm sorry to keep you both up so late. I know you're in a different time zone that's later than me. So
it was We Are
definitely appreciate
Change.
it. We are
Thank you.
change.
Yes, thank you, Joanna.
How do I
At least
not
you can
know
think
that? I
off
was
the top
part
of
of
your
We Are
head. I
Change.
know, I know. I was like, it's right there too.
That's why you asked me. You're like, "Yeah, you should know this." I'm like looking at the comments that I'm missing just to make sure that everybody gets their, I want to make sure we hit everybody's comments here. But We Are Change. We could do a whole show on that. We Are Change. I met a lot of great people in We Are Change, but when I joined, there was so much infiltration happening in the Bay Area, in San Francisco, in the Bay Area, Sacramento. There was just so much happening there. When I joined We Are Change, I was clueless to all of the stuff that was happening there. But then we see some of the same cast of characters that we see here. That, like you were saying, with Alex Jones, and a lot of these other people, that just turned out to be people they just wanted to get information on real people. We Are Change was started by a guy named Dan Wallace. Dan Wallace's dad was a firefighter who died in the Twin Towers on 911. That's where this started. Luke Radowski took this movement over, from my view, from what I've looked at, okay, and used money that he shouldn't have used for the purposes that people have donated to We Are Change. So there's a lot of weird things that happen with the whole We Are Change thing. And David Crowley got wrapped up into this thing right around the same time that I was getting wrapped up into it too. And we realized We Are Change is not what we thought that it was. It's not about 911. And if you look up Dan Wallace, We Are Change, you will see how the movement started. Guess what happened to Dan Wallace? He died of a heart attack. He died suddenly, way back when, before people were dying suddenly. We know one person that did not die suddenly was David Crowley. Okay. So, I mean, there's just so many weird things, so many rabbit holes. I think Dan probably put it right. It's just, I don't know. I mean, people just look at the facts of these things, right? I had so many people telling me about We Are Change, and I was like, well, I'm a member of We Are Change, and that's not happening here. We are meeting. We had 5 or 6 people meeting. We would just meet and we would just chat, and everybody was telling us, that's cool. But then we have people saying that We Are Change is a COINTELPRO. It's a government thing where they are just trying to learn more about the real people. I realized that because every time we would have a We Are Change meeting in my area, there would be people that would show up talking about doing violence, and they want to do violence. I had a Christian person. He was a fellow Christian, and he showed up and was talking about bombing something. I'm like, that's not what we're doing here. And they started spouting all this Christian stuff, and I'm a Christian, and he's spouting all this stuff, and I'm like, dude, that is not what this group. That is not the purpose of this group here. Okay, and that person left. But the reason why I didn't want to deal with that person is because they were talking about doing something violent. And you have a lot of those things when you have these groups, when you have the whole Occupy movement, you have a lot of people that will show up and say, hey, wouldn't it be great if we just go and bomb the Federal Reserve? Wouldn't it be great if we just go and do all this? Like, no, that's not what we're talking about here. And so it's the same thing with the David Crowley thing, where you have people that just come in and just trying to say, hey, the government did it. Okay, well, then you have people that are anti-government. You have people that are looking at that. They only look at that. They don't focus on everything that we're talking about. It takes away from everything that we're talking about here. Those are the things, that I've learned to kind of keep an eye out for. And those are red flags. There's so many red flags when it comes to this David Crowley case. But it's so great to just be here and just talk about the David Crowley case. We need to talk about this. And there's nothing wrong with us talking about this. I love how our chat room is. I can't even keep up with the chat room tonight here. And I'm going to try. I'm going to shut my mouth and try to go back to some of the chat.
Well, Joanna says in the Fed, which she's right, we should. I don't know if it'll ever happen because there's half the country is dependent on it. And then Geppetto says he tells half-truth in regards to Alex Jones, which is true. He does. And Daniel says infiltration is a huge problem in freedom groups. And that's absolutely true. This is why I don't belong to any of them, online, anywhere, because the minute your name is on that list, and I'm fairly certain mine's on plenty, that's it. So, anyway.
Yeah, well, I think that was all I wanted to talk about here. Unless you ladies have anything else you want to talk about, I'd like to go through some of the chat. I missed a lot of chats. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just do the chat. My heater's almost off.
I'm sorry. Beep, beep. Let's see here. I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss anybody. But yeah, if anybody does want to join on, I know the ladies are probably, they're in a different time zone, so they're probably, and the cat is not shy about saying, hey, it's time to cut the stream short here. But Geppetto says Ranya's arm was ripped off. Was it ripped off? I mean, when I first heard that, I was like, no, it's just eaten off. And the dog just said, I'm going to eat here, I'm going to eat here. And all of a sudden, the arm is gone. I did not even think about the rib. Talk about the third rib here, right? So how many ribs do I have here, Catherine? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Should be like 12 ribs. 12 in that area.
12?
I don't know, 8. I think there's a total of 13, but in that area, I don't know, maybe 10, 11, 12, somewhere like that.
Okay, so when they say the third rib, okay, right here. You're on mute. You're on mute, Catherine. You're on mute. I need to unmute you, Catherine. It's okay.
See, well, my heater, I'm trying to keep mine because it's so freaking loud. Okay.
I know.
The armpit. So it's going to be right up in there. It's going to be underneath here.
That's number 1?
No, that's about where your third rib is going to be. It's going to be, you can't just break your, It starts up here, ribs 1, 2, 3.
2, 3? Is that what I'm saying?
Right about here. 1 up here, your collarbone, right around here's 1, right underneath there. 2, and then 3 is going to be right, because how they go. It's like right up underneath the armpit. It's right in here. So it's not something the dog is going to do.
That's pressure.
And it takes a lot of pressure, especially because with children, especially the ribs are a little bit more pliable. They're not hard, and they haven't really gotten real solid. They did.
How about this one? Is it a cover-up?
I think it's either, I think it, I could think it depends what your definition of a cover up. I think they're covering up the fact that they've gotten the truth and they don't want to go forward. Or they're not publicly stating they're going forward. We'll put it that way.
All right, put it that way.
Poor Sophia looks like she's going to fall asleep.
I know.
So tired.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Like I said, yeah, I'm going to stay on here. I'm going to go take a 2-minute break here. But if anyone wants to stay on, or if you ladies want to, jump off, please, I'm going to give you a chance to give any final thoughts or anything on this, and I'll be right back.
Well, I'll stay on for a little bit, but I have to go take some meds. It's way past med time. So I gotta go take, and then I'll be back.
Why don't you ask
Sophia,
Rick to
it's
come
on you. I've asked Rick. I'm trying to get him to come on, and he just did a 3-hour show, so I know he's kind of burnt out. He definitely wants to have all of us on a panel, but maybe Sophia, while I go take this 2-minute break, can you just kind of break down any of your final thoughts? Share some thoughts about the book too, about the Buried Truth book that we have coming out. Anything that will keep things going until I come back in 2 minutes.
Wow, hot seat. Gosh, we have a lot of great chapters for the book.
We have hot Sophia here. She's going to give us something hot. Go ahead.
Craig.
At the end of the night, when she's burnt out, it's like 1 a.m. where she is. But yeah, go ahead, Sophia.
We have a lot of great chapters. I write about how Catherine and I started working together, and when we first were in the group, she and I were not friends. So it's kind of interesting in regards to that, how I decided to put away my pride and work with her, because in the end, this case isn't about Catherine or me or Jennifer or Bazing or even Daniel. It's about the Crowley family. And our goal was to find justice for the Crowley family. It still is. And so I swallowed my pride and just basically started working with Catherine a lot. And since then, we've become really good friends and a good team, I think. Sorry, my hair is like driving me crazy. And then one of our first things that we worked on together was the AT&T project. And we were going through the AT&T records. That's where I was realizing that text messages and phone calls that were supposed to have been made, that were in police reports saying that had been either made or sent, did not appear in the phone records, in any four of the 4 sets of phone records that we had. So what was going on with that? And then we came up with a whole bunch of call forwarding stuff, especially the last several months of their lives. It was really weird because they were having like their old phone number, especially David, forwarding, and it was going to the new phone, and then it would be forwarded again through a person to voicemail. So it was almost like somebody was intercepting their phone calls, but we can't prove that 100%. And when I went into AT&T to ask several questions, I gave them David's account number for his cell phones. And that's when I learned that the cell phones had been active the account, not the cell phone numbers, the account had been active the entire time, and that it had only been put on a suspension for that month because of non-payment. And then when I went back the very next day, that account had been paid over that night, over the night billing cycle, I guess. I don't know. Can't even think of the right word now. So somebody was still using that account and paying for it. And they were paying for two AT&T phone lines. And the phone numbers had been recycled. So it didn't matter if I tried calling them because whoever had the new account had the new phone numbers. And one thing I did not do, and I wasn't going to do, was to ask for the new numbers and to find out who was making the payments. Number one, there was not, we never got into the account. We only got to the first page of it. And number two, I did not have a password, nor would I have done that because that is somebody's personal account. And I wouldn't do that whether they were alive or not. So that's where I stopped that investigation. But I thought it was very interesting. And thanks for listening to my boring story about how Catherine and I worked together on the very first project for this case.
It's
Oh,
not
and
a
I
boring
agree with
story.
No, and we make a great team. We just do.
Ladies of justice.
Yep.
I'm telling you. Come on. Embrace it.
Maybe we should make a t-shirt.
Oh, you could have leggings too.
You don't want to see me in leggings. I look like the penguin.
Let's see. Can people on the scene, like police, etc., not contaminate the evidence? I think that's a great point. Could the DNA the missing DNA, could it be related to the police on the scene?
No, they would be considered part of the general population.
Mm-hmm. But also, like the lab techs and stuff, they all have their DNA on file. And
Okay.
I'm not sure if this is true for the police or not, but from what I have studied, anybody who was at that crime scene would get ruled out. But,
Nice.
that's just from what I had studied through textbooks and online and everything. I don't know if that's what they do in the real world. Now, they were supposed to rule out the unknown DNA, and they just never did it. It was
Well,
supposed to be. It was supposed to be part of it, like a special log, and that's literally what I had written the FOIA for. Was for this log, because they are getting federal funds for that lab, so they have to, by law, send that log to anybody who requests. And then that's when we got that huge data dump for the BCA. I mean, it's still taking us time to go through everything and sort it out.
Well, they were able to rule out David's footprints, or I'm sorry, they were able to rule out the Apple Valley Police Department's footprints in the snow because they took photos of their shoes. So if they were able to do that, you would think they would spend at least that much time on ruling out any of the Apple Valley Police Department or anyone who was in that. They would rule that out
They
through their
would
DNA.
Okay. No.
Yeah.
I know this is really hard to understand,
It
especially if
is.
you don't have
You're
medical.
talking to me here. Talking
But-
to me. Come on.
Okay, since there isn't unknown DNA. Like, okay, it's like a known sample. They know that it's relatively close to David and Komel. If it was a type of DNA that would be considered part of the general population type of profile, profile that was coming up in the samples, then they would go and ask and rule out anybody else who's at the scene. That's not what they're seeing, though. They're finding profiles that are very close, genetically matching to David and Komel. They don't need the police. They don't need to rule out anybody else. They already know they're ruled out.
But they
Just
rule
like-
out David and Komel in
Right.
those cases.
That's how they can tell. Yes. It's how, again, it's how the segments are matched together. It's how their profiles are. You know, yours and mine and Sophia's would be so different, but it would be easy for them. Like, say all three of us were somewhere on some beach, we cut our hand on a watermelon and somebody disappeared, and all we walk, oh my goodness, there's blood there. And say, you know, you were trying to help with the knife and you got cut or whatever. And then they're looking at this and they're going to go, oh, there's two individuals here, but they would be two completely different individuals. So they're like, okay, we need to find these two separate people who are not related. But say it was like Sophia and her daughter. And then they'll be like, okay, we have two people. We can rule out the general population. We know we have a Sophia, but we have somebody else here. It doesn't match Greg or anybody else. But you see what I'm saying? They know not to look for the general population because that profile is matching her so closely. They know it's going to be close. And they know this. That lab knows this. But like Sophia said, they then hand this over to the police. It's not the lab's job to go out and say, okay, now we need to go and rule everybody else out. That's the police's job.
Right. And they don't know that I'm not related to them, right?
Yes,
So
they can by your DNA profile.
If they have but how do they get my DNA profile?
Oh,
They should not have my DNA profile, Catherine. How do they have that?
okay. I'm thinking of, okay, hold on. By looking at the DNA, they can rule out the
They can
general
rule out me.
population.
They can rule out me.
Yes, they can rule me out. They can rule you out because the composition so closely resembles what they have, and they know. So they know that's not going to come from the general population.
Because they understand what DNA is, whereas I don't understand what
because
DNA
how
is.
it comes together and how the profile presents itself. They know that has to be a father, brother, sister, child, blah.
But couldn't that also
cannot
be those? Couldn't that also be those three people? No.
No,
They
because the rest of the DNA pattern
They rule
profile
them out.
doesn't line up completely. It's enough to say it's related. They just can't.
They
It
don't
sounds like
have-
speculation to me. I don't know.
No, again, this is such precise work, and this is why this
Is
the
it,
blood
though?
work. Yes, yeah. I can't
Without testing other people, how precise?
Okay, if you
I mean,
kind of
that
like
is
holes.
if
that
you
is
have an
guesswork
A and a
right there because they didn't.
and you get a Z, do I need to tell you that Z is not related to A and B, or can you kind of figure that out? Yes, because the way the A and the B are put together, that doesn't look anything like the Z.
Based on what they're looking at, based on the DNA, how they examine DNA. Right?
Okay, yes. Well, it's how your profile, how your DNA is, how
Right.
that pairs
And
up.
they've never used DNA to prove David Crowley guilty.
I don't see anything where it proves him guilty at all.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
I don't see it. I mean,
They
it
insinuate
was his
that-
gun.
they insinuate, but yeah, it's the same way that they insinuate there's other DNA and everything like that, but they've never been able to prove that any DNA shows David Crowley is guilty. Why would I believe that, anyone, that any of their DNA, if they can't prove David Crowley is guilty based on their DNA, why would it take any of their DNA results seriously?
Because the two aren't equal. You can have DNA, but unless they're proving that his DNA,
If
like,
they prove that his DNA was in the kitchen, the passive blood drops, then he obviously was the killer. Because that would explain his blood on the inside of the magazine. But they never ran those tests. Why didn't they? Why didn't they ask those questions like, why is his blood on the inside if he didn't have any injuries before death? And why didn't they test that passive blood drops? That right there would have told them who the killer was. There's passive blood drops leading to the kitchen too. When you look at the corner of the carpet where the recliner is and stuff, there's passive blood drops within that. Leading up. Not tested. They didn't sample it. If they would have sampled, okay, excuse me, I'm sorry. If they would have tested everything, then they would have known. But they didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, Rick, these ladies are up for a round table. They're definitely up for anything.
Just not tonight.
Just not tonight. Sorry, ladies. I mean, if you have to cut off, if you definitely, I don't want to keep you longer. I didn't even plan on saying this long, but this is just such a fascinating case. And we have so many great comments. I just want to kind of look at some of these comments here. Catherine, let us know where people can find you, because your channel is rocking. Not only on the David Crowley case, but you and Sophia look into a lot of different cases. And so Sophia, Catherine, I'm sure you have encouraged her to get her own channel too. So we're gonna push that back on Sophia here too. But when you've both been doing so much great research, not only on this case but on other cases too. But I mean, the research that you both have been doing, the videos that you put out, it's just so encouraging for me too, and for other people, to just make sure that we need to keep this case going. There's something different about this case, and we need to make sure that people understand so many things about this case. We're not trying to convince people that whatever we say is right, but it's right in front of your face here. This is as plain as the ALLAHU AKBAR that is written in blood on the wall. So if you can understand that, if you understand that ALLAHU AKBAR was written on David Crowley's living room wall, if you understand that, then you can understand where we're coming from. Who wrote that? How does anybody prove that? And why do they never talk about that? They wanted to keep things like that hidden because they don't want us to even talk about that. That's a loaded question for both of you. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's a real question.
It sounds like Crip Rick would like to have both of you on in a future show, in a radio show, and hopefully both of you can join that to, talk about this case. And I'm sure both of you, depending on your schedules, I'm sure you'll be able to make that happen.
Okay. Greg, let me kind of break this down to you a little bit. Now, the DNA is, I had to look this up because I couldn't remember all the names. It had been too long. But the ACGT, it's the acronym for the 4 types of bases found in DNA molecules. A standing for adenine, C, cytosine, G, guanine, and T, thymine. Now, the DNA molecule consists of 2 strands wound around each other, with each strand held together by the bonds with these bases. Now, it will be there A, G, C, T, that type of thing. Okay, adenine pairs with thymine and cytosine pairs with guanine. So it's these pairings, it's how these form that gives the description of who you are. And then it's individual to you. So David's was individual to him, Komel's was individual to her, and then Raniya's was a mixture between her parents. So by how these were paired, they could say, this is Komel, this was David, or this was Raniya. Now, when another set or another type of DNA came in and it was close, then they're like going, okay, but it's close, but it's definitely Komel, but we can rule out David and Raniya because it doesn't have the same, but it's close. So it has very similar or some similar matches up. At that point, they can rule out the general population, because say in one section of her strand, it was like AT, CG, CG, AT, AT, CG, CG, CG. And then this next part came up and say maybe it was AT, CG, CG, AG, and that type of thing. And say the general population would be CG, 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 T. Do you see the difference? They wouldn't match up, but the other ones would. And this is why I'm saying it's in depth, but they have enough information to go. We can rule out the general population. So but by saying it's a mixture of 2 or more, it's telling us that they have other DNA in there, but it has to be closely related to who it matches. And that is where the problems are coming in. So the minute they sent that report to the police department, the police should have said, okay, we kind of have a problem here. David's, he's actually excluded from the vast majority of all the DNA tested. When they have 2 or more, he is excluded from a lot of it. So they should have gone to look for somebody or something else that matched, but they didn't, because they had already set their sights on David. And there we have it, the problem.
Yep. That is a big, big problem.
It is.
Yeah. And when you break it down like that, it makes sense. And so it's like a puzzle piece or something, but they're like, well, so it's, where do we go from there? How do they solve this case? And that's one of the things where they have the 5 police reports where they say, the public is not in any danger. And then, they just kind of move on from that, and they build off of that. Their focus is more on the public is not in danger than let's solve this case.
Right.
They have their suspect, and they're just running with it. You have a new police chief, Nick Francis. So what happened with the other police chief?
He retired.
He retired.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we all retire. He retired to spend time with his family and friends. He needs to spend more time with his family. So he retires.
Yeah,
here.
Retired, and they got a new one in there.
Okay. And, personally, I think since Nick Francis has taken over, I think he was in charge when I reached out last to Jim Gummert, who has kind of risen. He's kind of rising up here. But the police chiefs are elected, right? So people have to vote them in. These aren't just people that, well, there's a police chief gone and, no, they have to vote the new police chief in, and they can vote them out too.
Poor Sophia needs to go night.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry,
actually
Sophie.
gonna wrap it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
'Cause
Okay,
I'm just-
Sophia, any final words?
Oh my gosh.
You're good. I think you've given your final words, but just want to make sure.
I just want to thank everybody that's been listening and everybody in the live chat. Thank you all. And thank you for supporting this family. So and thank you to the group. All of the amazing comments on the post that I did today.
Yes.
Catherine helped me with it, so thank you, Catherine.
No,
But
so humble. No, girl, it was your.
I want to read
right.
that. Yeah.
It's hers.
Yep.
if you want to read it, you can. I am too tired to do that. But I just wanted to thank the group members who made such amazing comments and everything, because it just made me feel better that the group still cared about this family.
That's right.
And so, anyway, it just was great to see the wonderful comments. And I'm repeating. So,
Thank you,
if
my
you want to
friend.
read it, yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you for those cat cameos too. Those are always awesome.
Yeah, she's like, it's bedtime. Why aren't we in bed? My little heating pad is not going. Where is that? Yeah. So,
All right.
anyway,
Well,
okay.
Catherine, I can go a few more minutes if you have time. I don't know what you're, but if you want to read, I'll do a screen share, and if you can read what Sophia wrote here.
Well, my heater's getting ready to turn on, so you have to talk for about 8 more
All
minutes.
right, here we go. All right, here we go. I'm going to talk. I'm going to talk. I'm going to chat. I'm going to chat. I'm going to chat. I'm going to chat. Okay, so there are so many different things. We are 8 years here, and I'm going to try to do this as I fake this here. 8 years with this case. Can you believe it? 8 years. Thank you all so much. And even Rick is saying good night to
Yeah.
to
Good night, Miss
Sophia.
Sophia. Get some
Good
sleep.
night, Sophia. And Rick is another, he should probably be sleeping here too. But there's just so many people that are, this is such a fascinating case to so many different people for so many different reasons, right? We're not trying to say, hey, you have to believe in this case for whatever reason or whatever. But I'm going to try to pull up, get all my wrestling stuff here, because I know Catherine will trigger all of us talking
Yeah.
about wrestling for some
Yeah, 'cause
reason.
it's gonna make you guys all mad when I go, it's fake.
Oh, it's fine with me. It's fine with me, but I've seen what
Oh,
it's
Steven
done.
got mad though.
Yeah, well, I don't think he get mad. I think he was just, he took it
He's like, wait a
personally.
second,
It's like, wait a minute. Here's what I got to say about this, Catherine. And Catherine is like, okay, that's cool. That's all good. Right? Catherine is very open, and I know Crip Rick, he's a wrestling fan too, so he understands that too. There's some wrestling fans here. Look, I've got the Bullet Club shirt on here. Okay.
What
This
is a
from
Bullet Club?
Okay, so this is a shirt that I got from going to a wrestling show. So New Japan Pro Wrestling, that's where this comes from. So if you know New Japan Pro Wrestling, you know who the Bullet Club is. It's basically just another wrestling faction, just a wrestling group, and yeah, all that good stuff. So that's a whole nother issue. I don't want to bring, I could get into all of that here, but I'm going to go, and I think I need to remove this one, and then I'm gonna try to set this to screen share so that I'm gonna have Catherine read this, and it's probably gonna be really small font. So
Thank you.
she may have to pull up this on her own computer to see this and to actually read it
I
in
think I
a
can. Can you hear my
respectable
heater
way.
though? Is my heater loud on your end?
No,
It's really loud over here. Do you hear a psh?
I hear a little bit, but
That's my stupid
I
heater.
don't hear much. But
Hey, you want me to start reading it now then?
if you can. Yes.
Okay. 8 years ago today, the bodies of the Crowley family were discovered. At that
Sorry.
time,
I'm sorry. I was trying to make it easier for you to read, and it just messed everything up. I'm sorry.
At that time, the authorities labeled their deaths as a double murder-suicide. Since that time, a documentary and several articles were published to show David and Komel in an unfortunate light. Over the years, Dan Hennon, Greg Fernandez Jr., Catherine Michelle, myself, and many other wonderful citizen investigators have worked nonstop to prove not only David's innocent of this heinous crime, but also bring light to the cover-up and corruption that surrounds this case and their murders. We have worked endlessly to expose the numerous buried secrets within this case. Several truths and facts have since been uncovered. Fact: the Blacklight Report, Item 05, compiled from the laptop on the counter island, shows the root file was accessed on January 14, 2015. This was done after the Crowleys were dead and before their bodies were discovered. Fact: David's autopsy shows mold growth, mummification, and more importantly, sections of his liver and kidney showed marked autolysis. This means that 75% of those organs were in advanced autolysis. Raniya's and Komel's autopsies only state that they had autolysis. This means that David was in more advanced state of decomposition. He most likely died first. Fact: David's blood and DNA were found on the inside of David's gun on the magazine. It had to be placed there, yet the autopsy doesn't state that David had any injuries prior to his death. So how did his blood get there, and why don't we find it anywhere else in the crime scene? Fact: there is no high-velocity blood spatter anywhere within the crime scene or the house. There are passive blood droplets, swipes, transfer, clotting, and medium-velocity blood spatter, but no gunshot high-velocity blood spatter. I highly encourage each of you to look at samples of blood spatter and then compare those to the crime scene photos. Fact: illegal drugs such as pot and mushrooms were not found in David's or Komel's toxicology screens. Neither was alcohol. Fact: there were certain calls and texts that friends and family said they made to David's and Komel's cell phones, but when checking the cell phone records, none show up. Please refer to the police reports and then all 4 of the phone records. Fact: certain people have created fake photos and police documents to try and convince unaware group members that David is guilty. Detective Klokonos wrote and signed an affidavit in 2021 stating he never wrote that document and that it was completely false. We have also received emails from the AV city attorney stating that they cannot give out any more documents or photos in regards to the case, just in case subjects are brought to trial in the future, since there have been fraudulent documents and photos created by unscrupulous ex-group members. Oftentimes we hear comments like, "Why don't you just move on?" Here's the simple truth: we can't. How can we just move on when the injustices in this case are so overwhelming? It's one thing to accidentally come to the wrong conclusion on a criminal case, and it's another thing to knowingly ignore the facts because the facts would be difficult, if not impossible, to prove. Closing a case in order to keep a neat and tidy log is a far cry from doing one's job. The way this case is being ignored is criminal. We've shown through the evidence David is innocent of the crime, and we won't stop until this truth is finally acknowledged by the Apple Valley Police Department. In conclusion, please take a moment of silence today as we remember David, Komel, and Raniya. It's been 8 long years without justice. Let's all continue to keep this case in the public's eye so another 8 years won't elapse before justice is finally served. The Crowley family may be gone, but they are never going to be forgotten.
It's powerful. That's where we are, right?
That is where we are.
That's where we are now. So we're just trying to figure this out and trying to keep this case going where it's like, wow, wait a minute. This should be a very simple slam dunk case. And for whatever reason, the resistance is very odd. Now, one of the main things is that we have people that are contacting us and then they turn around and say that we're harassing them. We're going after them. Well, they contacted us. We didn't contact them. I've never contacted anybody that didn't want to be contacted. And at the same time, I'm sorry, at the same time, when there were people that did not want to be contacted or they didn't want to have any contact with me, I ceased all contact with them. So I made it clear, like, look, I'm reaching out to you. And if you don't, I'd like to get a view. I'd like to get this on record. If you don't want to be on record, okay, cool. But if you don't want to talk about certain things, okay, fine. But I want to be as transparent about this case as possible. So I made that very, very clear. Now that meant a lot of people would not talk to me. But before I did that, all I was doing when this thing happened in 8 years ago. Let's go back to 8 years ago. Okay, we're talking about 8 years later right now. 8 years ago, these people reached out to me. I did not reach out to any of these people. They reached out to me. All I did was document what they said to me when they reached out to me. Okay? I did not harass anybody. I did not go after anybody. I did not blame anybody. They reached out to me. I'm talking about family. I'm talking about friends. I'm talking about soldiers that served with David Crowley. They reached out to me. Okay? When I look back at what I learned about what I wanted to be a journalist, I failed. I'm not a journalist. I failed in that. Okay? I never pursued that for many reasons because of the Iraq War. I saw what everything was happening. I said, I don't want to be a part of that crap. Because you had to be in this box. You had to say, oh, you had to do this. 911. It's the same thing. Okay. I found out that journalism was not my route. That was not what I was going to pursue. I had no idea what I was going to pursue, but I wanted to pursue whatever Jesus Christ wanted me to do. People reached out to me in this case. And then you have some people saying I'm harassing them. They reach out to me. You can't have it both ways. Okay. So all that I did was document what they said to me and tried to verify everything they were saying. Is this true or is this not true? That's all that I did with this case. And it's just like, it raised so many more questions. We go back to the first question that I asked everybody. What made you think that this was not a double murder suicide? And for me, it was the people that they reached out to me and say, they wanted me to just go along with whatever they were thinking about this case. And I just could not do that. They could not just say, well, you know what? Okay, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Or, you know what? Okay, I'll kind of back up on this, or I won't talk about this or whatever. It's like, no, dude, we're talking about a child that was murdered here. You guys should be turning every stone. You should try to do everything that you could possibly do, right? If you really think that the government is going after us, the government is they're kicking down our doors and all of that stuff. If you really believe in all of that, the Federal Reserve, the Bohemian Grove, the New World Order, which I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I believe. There's a lot of documented evidence on that. But if you believe all of that, but you don't believe, you don't want to take that time to research this David Crowley case, I mean, that just raised so many red flags. And for me, as a Christian, as a believer in Jesus Christ, it was like I had prayed about this and said, Jesus, show me, if I'm looking into these conspiracies, if I'm wrong here, please show me. And he did. And it was with this case here. And there was a lot of things related to the David Crowley case that changed my view on Alex Jones, changed my view on Stephen Rhodes, changed my view on the Tea Party, changed my view on Occupy, changed my view on We Are Change. So many different groups. It was like boom, 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 boom. And it made me think, you know what? I need to get back to the basics. Okay, when I first started looking into the alternative theories, when I first started looking into John F. Kennedy, go back to those basics. Use those same basics. Use the Jim Garrison basics. Look at what Jim Garrison did and how he prosecuted somebody about John F. Kennedy. Go back to those same basics. Use those same things that Jim Garrison did and apply them to the David Crowley case. That's what I did here. And the more that I did that, the more that I saw there is no evidence that shows David Crowley is guilty. We have to start there. We don't start with, well, David Crowley is guilty, so if you can't prove anything else. No. He is innocent. David Crowley is innocent until proven guilty. That's what Jim Garrison did. Jim Garrison said, okay, they say Oswald killed John F. Kennedy. Jim Garrison was able to say, no, there's no evidence to say that. What proves Oswald killed John F. Kennedy? If you apply the same logic to the David Crowley case, and I applied the same logic from what Jim Garrison was saying, I applied the same logic to 911. What proves that Osama bin Laden orchestrated people to 19 hijackers, 20, whatever, to fly these planes into the Twin Towers, into the Pentagon, into whatever. If you use the same logic as Jim Garrison did, you will understand all this is, it's just all BS unless they can prove it. It's speculation. So they always accuse us of speculating. We're speculating that David Crowley didn't do this. Wait a minute. What proves David Crowley did?
And it's funny, we're called speculators when we're pulling information from the evidence. That's not speculation, but yet we're given that as a label. It's interesting.
Yeah, it is. Surely is. Aside from the wrestling comments, here we have yes, Sophia wrote that, right? What you just read.
Yeah,
Catherine.
I only wrote the last two paragraphs. She did everything else. That girl worked hard on that.
Oof. Yeah. Well, you also did a good job of reading that too, which I think I could probably just kind of screenshot that and capture that and make it its own little promo video or something. That was good.
I really like how she, she just listed it fact after fact after fact. It was so succinct. It was very good. She did an excellent job.
Yep, I agree. That was articulate, beautiful. They were silence. Yeah, how do you stand up for yourself? And this is, you have talked about issues with your family because of this case, right? Is this the only case something like this has come up with, or are there other cases?
No, this is the only time. I mean, I've done a lot of different stuff, but I mean, I've never delved in as much as I have. Well, no, I think I've done more on this case than any other one. But my children who said, we're done talking to you. You can't see your grandkids anymore. And it was because of the things that were happening.
Not because of what you were saying.
Not because of what I was saying, it's because of the things that were happening and going on, and the backlash we were getting, and they're like going, Mom, you need to stop. And I'm like, I'm not gonna stop. And they're like, well, then you can't. And it was the time when they shot the BB gun through my window, the pellet gun, which shattered my big picture window at my house that I had to end up selling. I mean, I had to, because I was it was ridiculous. That was the final straw for me. And then when I told my daughter, because my grandson was supposed to come spend the night with me, and she's like, no, not until you stop this case. The kids are not coming over, and we're done. We're not going to talk to you anymore. And then when I first moved up here, my son was kind of saying the same thing with my grandson here. And that's kind of why I backed off for a little bit after I first moved up here. And then I finally told everybody, I said, I'm not going to quit. I can't, and you're not going to understand this. But I eased back in. We kind of came to, an agreement to where now, it's okay. But I'm not getting the harassment here that I got back where in my old house though either. So
Yeah. Yeah, and they were just doing that because they cared about you. They cared about their kids, and they cared about, the welfare, so I
got it. I didn't like it, but I understood it. And if I were in their shoes, I probably would have done the same thing. They're looking out for their children, because what if they were in the house when they shot that, and what if it wasn't a pellet gun and they used an actual real gun and my grandson was there? That would have been horrible. But I mean, yeah, but at the same time, didn't stop us. We're not going to stop.
Yeah. Let's see here. Go to the next one. Yeah.
Thank you,
Argue with
Geppetto.
that. Oh, Bill Cooper.
I was just watching that. It's funny you bring that up, Joanne. I was just watching a clip where Bill Cooper was, and then they showed the video, the one I guess that they took off, and it really was. It was the driver, or either the driver or the person that the front seat passenger or whatever. But yeah, you see it as plain as day.
I would disagree with that, but
did you see that clip?
yes, which I think was altered, because I've seen other clips where it did not look the same. It did not look like.
Well,
if you look at the Zapruder film, it does not look like, the driver turns around, but he doesn't. I don't think the driver is going to be able to drive and also.
Well, that's why I don't think it was the driver. I thought it was like the passenger, because whoever was on, I saw somebody turn completely. So whoever was in that seat, they turned completely, face the back.
Well, I think that's why it's so clear that it comes from the grassy knoll, because boom, that shot is just so clear. It just takes Kennedy's head off. It just
Yeah,
Oh,
I would
this
have to see if it hit him in the front of the head. I mean, I
it
don't
hit
know
him
how
like almost
in the
like
neck. I don't know.
yeah, it's like boom, he just went back and the whole
Well,
head
because you see
just
his head explode.
yeah, right. Well, first he got shot in the kind of in the throat, in the
Okay.
larynx or whatever. But yeah, but that second shot
Larynx.
just took his whole head off, but it went back into the left. Any Seinfeld fan, I know you're not a Seinfeld fan, but there is a great episode of Seinfeld where they basically kind of they make a mockery of it, but they really they really detail what we know happened there too. So that's a whole other issue. So any Seinfeld fans, they know exactly what I'm talking about. There's a Keith Hernandez two-part episode of Seinfeld where Keith Hernandez is a baseball player, and he was accused of spitting on Kramer and spitting on Newman. And it turns out that there's no way that he could have done it because of where he spit. So there had to have been a second spitter. And it all goes back to the second shooter. And he's like, it went back into the left, back into the left. So any Kevin Costner fans, if you have not seen JFK, you're not really a Kevin Costner fan. You have to have seen that movie to understand the Jim Garrison thing. That's where I mean, that's what changed my view on John F. Kennedy. Yeah, and that really started my road down where God wanted me to go to look at John F. Kennedy, to look at 911, and to look at all of these different things. That's my view on where God kind of led me to look at some of these different cases here. Not to focus on those, not to think that, okay, let's just only look at these things, right, Catherine? You're not only looking at all of these cases, but you can articulate these cases. You can look at these cases and you can kind of say, okay, this makes sense. This makes sense. This doesn't make sense, right? Based on what God is showing you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much all that we can do, I think. But Bill Cooper is a very fascinating person. I have a lot of views on Bill Cooper. I did not realize that he was gunned down on his front porch. But we could talk about Bill Cooper. We could do a whole show on him for sure. Kathy, you are cold. She's not cold. How dare you, Geppetto?
It's snowing up here.
It's snowing. It's not her that's cold. It's the weather. Geppetto, everyone ran up to the knoll. Yeah, that was one of the things that was in the JFK movie. Everyone ran up to the grassy knoll because that's where they thought the shooter was coming from, right? So, I mean, it's fascinating because this happened in 1963. I didn't learn about it until 2000, maybe late 1990s, early 2000s. So when I looked at that and I look at the 911 thing, and I'm like, and it gives me hope. This is why there's so many people, like, this is why I don't want to give up on the David Crowley case, because it's such a slam dunk case. And yeah, there are people back in the 60s that didn't know about what happened at JFK. There are people back in 2001 that had no idea what really happened on 911. It's the same thing here. The main thing that what I wanted to do, I wanted to research what happened with John F. Kennedy. I wanted to make sure that there were places that I could go to find real information. It was very difficult. Jim Garrison, I started there because this was a court case. This was a district attorney who prosecuted somebody that gave us the documents that we now have. The only reason why we have the Zapruder film for John F. Kennedy is because of Jim Garrison. That's it. These are public documents. Jim Garrison made all of these documents in the public realm by prosecuting Clay Shaw. He lost. Jim Garrison did not succeed in proving Clay Shaw was part of a conspiracy to kill John F. Kennedy, but the documents, everything he put into evidence is public data. It was a public data that made me really focus on. Say, okay, we have this public data. I can decide for myself. Oh, the court can say, there's no conspiracy. Yeah, they can say, Clay Shaw may not have been part of a conspiracy, even though later on it came out that Clay Shaw was part of the CIA and he was definitely part of a conspiracy. But the fact that we had those documents is what started everything. 911 was the same thing. We had the documents. They say, there's no 911 conspiracy. You know, these planes flew into these buildings and they dropped within 60 minutes and that's it. It's all done. You can't prove that there was a conspiracy. Well, you can't prove that a plane flying into a building can drop a building in free fall speed within 60 minutes of the actual impact. I mean, there's certain simple things that I learned from researching the JFK, from researching 911, that I would apply to the David Crowley case. And if you apply those simple things from a simple mind, then you will see, okay, 1 and 2 has to equal 3. And if it doesn't, then there's something wrong with that. It doesn't mean that you create a whole conspiracy or whatever. You can do all that stuff, which I really think that a lot of the JFK conspiracy stuff is COINTELPRO, is propaganda. A lot of the 911 stuff is propaganda. If we just break it down to the simplest terms and just say, look, guys, this is what we know. This is what happened. And decide for yourself what happened to that. Social media used to be all about that until they went after Donald Trump. From my view, it was all about that. We weren't getting censored on all these things. And then later on, all that turned out to be, we got censored on. But if we just apply this simple logic, just look at, okay, here's what they say, here's what the evidence says, and just go with that. If you apply that simple logic to the David Crowley case, you can clearly see there is nothing that proves David Crowley is guilty. It's as simple as that, my friends. That's a 20-minute rant, I'm sure, but so yeah, I mean, I know I went way off topic talking about these other things, Catherine, here, but I mean, what keeps you going, Catherine? What keeps you going on this case? Why not just move on to other cases like many people do, which we both do? We're not just looking at this case here. What keeps you coming back to this case, knowing everything that you know? Why come back to it?
It's like I told my sister, I can't explain it. It's like a part of me now. It eats at me day and night. It's just knowing that this family was brutalized. And to me, it seems like there aren't a lot of people who really care. I mean, we have our group, but I'm talking about like on the legal level, they don't care. And I wonder, have they lost any sleep? Why isn't the family standing up for them? Why? And it eats at me and I can't let it go. And it's too late to walk away now. I think it's just too late. I stick to it till the end.
Do you think it's because they don't know about a lot of these things? Are they compartmentalized, or
Oh,
do you
they
think
know.
think they know?
I think they know.
The first the first responders. Do you think that they really know?
Well, the first responders, I think it depends on, what they saw when they first got there. Walking onto a scene like that, I mean, even for, I think, anyone who has a lot of experience, that had to have been a shock. You just would walk in and it would be like, oh my gosh. So I know people rag on, poor little Judy. We know she loves attention. But in reality, her and Colin, let's face it, that was shocking to see what they saw. The police walking in with the smell and the sight, it was horrible. And shock does weird things to people. So I think they then can become suggestible. So when they're there and they're still in a state of, oh my gosh, what the heck is this? And then your superior goes, we've decided, we went and we looked and we've concluded it's a double murder suicide. I think at that point, then they just so like the first responders are going to go, okay, what are they going to do? They're still trying to process what they saw, and then they don't look back because they probably were put onto something different. But it's those who are in that state, that position of power, that we've spoken to, we've tried to reach out to, and we've shown them, who still turn their back. Those are the ones I don't know if they have a soul. I don't think they do.
Yeah, I mean the the big thing with Judy and the first responders is how they react to seeing this crime scene. These are trained investigators that look through that window, the same window that Judy Prochnow looks through. What do they see? These first responders do not see, oh, there must have been a murder-suicide here.
Right.
That's what Judy Prochnow sees.
Right.
That's where she messed up.
Mm-hmm.
It could be an honest thing that she did, or I don't know why she would even think that. Only she knows that. Right? She's going to have to answer to God. She has to answer, just like we all have to answer to God at some point. But you have to admit that, you know what, you messed up. That was not a good thing. It is not a good thing to call 911 and say, you know what, there was a murder or a suicide here. That is not something that you say, you know what, I did the right thing on that. Looking 8 years back, do you think Judy Prochnow would think, yeah, I made the right decision. My 911 call was good. Or do you, I
Well,
mean,
if you ask her, she'll say she did the right thing.
yeah, well, she's full of crap then.
Yeah, but
she has to realize, you know what? I shouldn't have said this. I
Right.
shouldn't have said that. I should have just reported what I saw.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Yeah. And, just for an example as to how people who are exposed to brutality respond, I remember when it was like the last ending of EMT school, and we had to do our hospital rounds. In the particular night that I did it, it was there was one guy in our class, and he was really good. I mean, I was good, but this guy was really good. I mean, he was amazing. And we go to the hospital, and we have a patient whose shunt has ruptured, and it's in his forearm. And of course, when they're trying to get it and fix it, I'm in the midst of it. The doctor's screaming and yelling and cussing everybody out, and there's blood spurting, arterial spray going all over the place. And then this other gentleman, the guy in the class, he had to go to another place in the hospital. And the next day he comes, he wasn't at class, and we're like, well, where's so-and-so? He dropped out. Well, then he came, I can't remember why he came back to maybe pick up his books or his stuff out of the room or whatever. And I asked him, I said, are you really quitting? And he's like, yeah. He goes, I can't take it. My patient died on me. And I go, but that's what this job is. It's going to happen. I go, the field needs you. I mean, the guy was amazing, but he couldn't deal with it. One patient died and he walked out. So, even after all of that training, he couldn't handle death. So even with this officers, with all their training, I truly think that some of them, probably a good portion of them, just couldn't handle the shock of what they saw. I agree. Heads, hands, Ranya's arm missing, the missing blood spatter. I don't know how they made the decision to blame David. I don't know either. There's a gun on the floor and they just automatically blame him. I don't know if that's the reason why, but yeah.
Well, that's I think that's one of the biggest things is like the 911 call. Mm-hmm. It already accuses,
sets the tone.
It already sets that tone. It's like, why would you even do that? Now, if she's just used to seeing murder or suicide or something like that, I can get that. It doesn't matter. Whatever the 911 caller says, the police, that is not their job. They're not going to, I mean, that may be in the back of their head, just how they say David was shot in the back of his head, which, but their job, the police job, the investigator's job, the detectives, the BCA, the Hennepin Medical Examiner, all of their job is to find out what really happened here. So that's why I never blame Judy for whatever she said, which is freaking weird. Yeah. It's one of the weirdest 911 I've listened to many 911 calls. I've never seen a 911 call that is as strange as this.
Yeah.
Without a person being in the house and saying, oh, my husband just fell over, but all of a sudden, and then it turns out that she's the person that killed the husband or anything. I don't think Judy is a part of anything like that. It's just one of the weirdest 911 calls that I've ever seen. But even with her weird 911 call, and even with the thought that, okay, we already have, there may be a murder-suicide here, when they investigate, when they walk into that house, there is a 13-minute video, maybe a 10-minute video of the BCA. They walk through that house. Are you telling me that when they walk through that house, when the investigators walk through that house, when the first responders walk through that house, that they have evidence of a double murder-suicide? It is not a double murder-suicide. There is no evidence of a double murder-suicide in any of those police reports, on any of the videos, the one video that they have, on any of those crime scene photos. Why would anybody walk through that house and say, this is clearly a double murder-suicide? It's bullshit. It does not make sense to me. Unless you had a preconceived notion of that, it does not make sense. And your job is not to have a preconceived notion. You are an investigator. You are to investigate everything. Turn every stone upside down. You have a child here. Okay? If this was just a guy that shot his wife, okay, whatever. All right. You could, but even then, more detectives have spent more time saying, you know what, we're not really sure. How do the Apple Valley Police Department come to this conclusion when people are under 30 years old and a child that is 5 years old, and within one day they come to the conclusion that David Crowley murdered his 5-year-old child? You have got to give me more than what they have given us. For 8 years later, we are still asking the same question to the same investigators. What do you have that proves David Crowley killed his 5-year-old daughter? They cannot answer that question.
And here's another thing too, is that the police, they knew David. When David would do some of his scenes, he would hire them either for security or to be part of it. They knew him. They knew Komel, they knew Rania. So why were they so eager to jump on that suicide bandwagon?
They responded to a call in September of 2014, and there was a 911 call, or maybe it could have been a nine. I don't know if it was a 911 call, probably not, but it was a police call to say, hey, there's a disturbance, because in September of 2014, David Crowley was selling off a lot of his gear and stuff. So the police show up because one of the neighbors, who shall not be named, called to complain. So the police showed up, and actually some of the police actually bought some of the gear that David Crowley was selling at a garage sale in September of 2014. So the police, at least from 2014, knew who David Crowley was. They knew everything they needed to know about David Crowley.
Yep. Well, and when you see them in some of the stills, and when he, talks about having them there while he's doing, the night shoots and stuff, I sit there and I think about that. If they saw him working and they saw who he was, then, does that lean more toward they're covering it up on purpose then?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know. It just seems like whatever happened in September of 2014 was kind of, it was building. I think this was building from at least August of 2014. Mm-hmm. Whatever the plan was in motion, and it may even have been as far as May 2014, when David had publicly stated that, hey, we have a deal. David had a working deal as far as May 2014. From that point on, he is a target. Mm-hmm. And if people want to talk about motive, you could talk about motive. You're not going to find motive from David Crowley. Nope. There is no motive that David Crowley would kill his family. The police have made that very clear. Mm-hmm. in all of their documents. There is motive elsewhere. You can find the motive elsewhere. You will not find motive that David Crowley wanted to kill his wife, kill his child, and kill himself. There is no motive. There's no financial motive. There's no other motive out there. Okay, I mean, that's just, you have to start there. It doesn't get covered. They don't talk about that. So when they talk about, well, David Crowley is guilty, it's just like they just dance around these things. Mm-hmm. And it's very, very frustrating, because here we are 8 years later talking about there's no motive, guys. If we want to talk about what there has to be a motive, there's no motive for David Crowley. Is there motive for somebody else? Of course. If there's no motive for David Crowley, then the police should be looking for motive elsewhere. Why aren't they looking for motive elsewhere? What is their motive for not looking for a motive elsewhere? Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know. I think Russell, in your last show that you and Sophia did, Catherine, you guys talked about this, and Russell was very adamant in the chat room and saying, look, they had to have been killed somewhere else. And we've heard a lot of those stories, a lot of those theories and everything, that there's no way that these 3 people could have been killed in this house.
Yeah, the lack of blood for David and Rania proves they weren't killed there. It's, it is what it is. And the fact that the police don't even look at that, it's weird.
Yeah. So, What's this? No, no, she didn't. No, she didn't. The remodel of that house was done very, very well. Whoever did the remodel of that house, I think the house looks great now. But no, I don't think it was Judy's company. I would hope not. But anything else, Catherine?
No, I
Good
think
to
we've
go?
covered just about everything.
All right. All right, my friend. Well, we will shut this one down here, and we'll come back next time, and we'll talk about continue with our Kenneth Maines conversation and
Yeah.
all that good stuff. But yeah, this one was just kind of focused on David Crowley, and 8 years later, 8 years later, here we are. All right, with the same things that nobody can dispute. Okay. It's
Thank
nothing
you
new.
everyone for joining though. I mean, I love the chat room. You guys are amazing.
Yeah. Rick is asking how many pints of blood are in an adult. Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah, roughly close to 8. Yeah.
8, okay.
It depends on the person and your size. 8's probably a good round figure.
So for them to take Komel's, when you look at what is all the blood that is related to Komel, how many pints do you
Not a
think that
lot.
is?
I mean, there's blood spatter, like medium velocity, but if you're looking for like not a lot, not
No.
in that house, not what you would expect to see.
What about on that, just on the living room wall? What do you think there?
I don't know. I'm not really good with judging pints and stuff, but I mean, that would probably take a bit, yeah, to write Allahu Akbar. Yeah.
I mean, could it come directly from the person's blood? Do you have to bleed them out? Or are we talking about a certain area? How do I transfer Komel's blood from her body, from her dead body, onto that wall?
Well, and you know what? That's an excellent question. And we've all asked that a lot of times, but not one the police have addressed because according to them, she's only shot in the head, right?
Right.
But clearly there's no pooling of blood from the head in order to get that blood to put it on the wall.
Well, she has both of her hands
Well,
missing, right?
but they're
So
saying that happened after they were dead. So that's like post-mortem dog scavenging. They're blaming the dog for that. Not yeah. So if you're looking, it was just supposedly the gunshot wound to the head, but they never addressed. This is what I'm saying. What they did actually is kind of brilliant. They don't fill in any gaps whatsoever. They don't even put out a theory. They leave it for the general public to fill in the blanks on their own and then create their own story. Kind of like Mad Libs.
Wow.
They, you kind of get a little bit of sentences and then you put in your adjectives and your adverbs and your pronouns and your nouns and you make your own story. And that's really all that's happened. But, if she had not been injured and if there was not a draining of or a collecting of blood in a vessel, then where did the blood to write on the wall come from? It didn't come from a head wound.
Excellent point right there. So that kind of discounts their theory that the dog ate both of her hands.
Yeah, that and the fact that her hand is under her body and the imprint on her on the sweater and on her shirt, which shows and proves that because it was imprinted. So she had that was laying on it for a long period of time. So that hand was always under her body when she was placed there. So that meant the hand was missing prior to her being there. So none of this, and that's what I'm saying. It's like when you start to figure this out, you're like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. So the hand had to have been removed prior to her being put down there, which means the dog didn't do it. So we know David wasn't cutting off her hand. So who did it?
Right. Right. So if they want to blame the dog for Kamel's hands,
Mm-hmm.
then you're saying the only way that the only way that David could have written Kamel's blood, Allahu Akbar, and the only way that her blood could have be contributed to another room, to the living room, to the kitchen desktop, to the kitchen laptop on the kitchen island, to everything else. So all of her blood would have come from those two shots, not from the animal scavenging, which would be the two hands.
Correct.
Okay, so
That's
that
what I want you to think.
right. So he would have had to have made sure that he shot her and then was able to collect that blood, enough blood, to write on the living room wall, to transfer that blood to the kitchen island laptop, to transfer that same blood to the hallway,
Correct.
to transfer the same blood to the office bedroom, to write that letter, I have loved you all, or no, to write the thing, open the rise, recent version, whatever.
Submit to Allah. Yeah.
Submit to Allah now, open the rise, most recent version. And all of the notepad pages, all of that blood would have had to have come from her headshots, not from her hands, because those hands are attributed to animal scavenging. Wow.
Yes. And
There you
all
go.
of that without leaving a puddle of blood under her head on the floor.
Mm.
It's a miracle. I'm telling you, it's pretty amazing.
He would have had to have planned that.
Yeah.
Have a bucket right there and say, hey, Kamel, I'm gonna shoot you here so I can take your blood and move it all around this house.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
If they don't want to attribute her hands to if they just want to say, well, her hands are missing because of animal scavenging, not because of anything else.
Yep. And they really should, I want to find out whose blood is on that recliner. Was that David's or was that hers?
Yeah, I think it was Ranya's.
Yeah, it could have been Rania's too.
I think it was Rania. I think that was her there, but we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That, to me, I mean, looking at the way the bodies were and everything, the investigators, that should have made the most sense. They don't even go there.
Mm-hmm.
They just want to, oh, it's a tragic event. Let's not even talk about it. Let's just move on.
Yep.
No.
Where's your face?
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, I mean, they can't have it both ways where you say, well, both of Kamel's hands, they're both cut. Okay, I could see a lot of bleeding out there, blood that I could use to put on the wall, to put in the living room, to put on the laptop, to walk over to the office bedroom and to put the blood there. That is all Kamel's blood. All of that blood is Kamel's blood. There's no Kamel's blood in the bedroom, in the master bedroom where the gun was, where the gun should have been.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only Kamel's DNA on the gun safe.
Correct.
No blood in the master bedroom. So all of that, I mean, they're really saying that all of the blood that we see in these other areas, in these other rooms, should have come from Komel being shot twice. It had to have come from that head wound. And if it did, why isn't there more on that, on the floor, right? That's what you're saying.
It's completely clean under her head on that rug. There's nothing there. But yet she bled enough to do everything you said, especially for them to write on the wall.
Yeah, which there's a couch right there.
Mm-hmm.
Really not. I mean, you could argue there may be some little splatter. There may be spatter. There may be some there, but not enough to do that. So in order for all of that to account from Kamel's, from somebody shooting Komel, in the head and then saying, oh, I'm just going to grab her, blood from her head. I'm going to right here over there. And then I'm going to walk over to this other room and everything. It does not make sense.
No.
The police know this. The investigators know this. The BCA, the Minnesota BCA knows this. The medical examiner may not know this, but that's why another thing was like, wait a minute, these guys, the medical examiner should be the last safe house here. They should be the judge, not the jury. They should be the judge that says, wait a minute, hold up.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's why, because I really have dogged on Dr. Lelinski because I always felt like she was a cop-out. She should have stood her ground. I've been a woman in the workforce in the 80s and in the 90s and 2000s, whatever. Yeah. And yes, it's not easy, and it was never easy. And sometimes you had to sit there and tell your male boss, no, I'm not frickin' doing that. Sorry, bud. And she should have had those cojones by 2015 to be able to say no. But because she didn't, I still think that by writing marked autolysis, that was her way of telling the world that it's not what they're saying it is. And so it's, I think that was her way of trying to put the truth out.
Nice. Yeah, and that would be nice. Sorry, I'll go back to her. That would be nice to kind of follow up and see maybe she feels differently about this case now.
Yeah, I would hope so. It's highly doubtful that Komel would willingly submit herself to the
misogynistic
degradation of an honor killing. Well, most people who are killed in an honor killing, though, they are not willingly submitting. It's all, they're hiding and they're running and they're fighting with their families before. And so, yeah. And there was a lot of, and we don't know what Komel was arguing with her family about. We only know that she was arguing with her sister and her father. And David wrote about this in his journal. He was concerned about her. He was concerned because his wife was upset. That's all that we really know. We can tell by the journal. But
nothing like an honor killing, right? I mean,
I don't know. I'm
going to discount the honor. Yeah. I would discount the honor killing thing. I think it's a valid question. We need to ask that question. So there's nothing wrong with asking that question. I don't want to act like, oh, this isn't the question that we shouldn't ask. Well, we all need to ask that. This question that Tosha Tartar is asking.
Exactly. And it's great. And, I thought that the honor killing thing was a little overboard too, especially with the Allahu Akbar, until I started doing research on honor killings. Now, I am not saying her family did this. Please don't misquote me. I'm just saying that after I did extensive research on it, I no longer have taken that off the table. But to say definitely it was this or this or this and they did it, I can't say that. I don't have that information. That would be crazy.
Yeah, I mean the pack theory thing obviously doesn't make sense.
I agree.
Yeah, and so I agree with that. It's highly doubtful that Komel would willingly submit herself to misogyny of an honor kill. Yeah, because I mean, when you look at the honor killings, it's usually like the parents who don't agree with the daughter's marriage.
And leaving the faith, the Muslim faith. That's really a lot of it. And when you start research this topic, and it's it's brutal. It's brutal what they do to these. Unfortunately, most of the time it's the women who leave the Muslim faith,
but not the men. Right.
I didn't see a lot of guys. I don't even know if I read about one. Most of them were all women, but a lot of the killings were just as brutal. Those women were brutalized. And it's the same thing. Komel was brutalized, but we don't know, was it due to that or was it due to them using her to hurt David? We don't know.
Right. And I mean, that goes back to the conversation that Dan Hinnon had with Kamel's dad.
Mhm.
And it goes back to, okay, how devout Muslim were they? Were they Islam? Were they Muslim? I mean, what?
Well, they
And I
lived in
know,
Pakistan until she was 17 or 18. So that was a long, I mean, and her parents were
but they
there.
were born on a U.S. military base in Saudi Arabia. So we have to start there. So if they were born in Saudi Arabia on a U.S. military base, and
Well,
then they go,
because he's doing work for the military doesn't mean that there does not negate, because they are Muslim. You look at Sidra and they're Muslim.
but Kamel goes to a Christian college.
Yes, she does, but that's what I'm saying. That's where the honor, and I'm not saying,
No,
I'm
I
saying
know,
this is where it could fall into place, because once she she was going to a Christian college, and she meets David, and then she leaves her faith.
And they love David. The Kamel's dad, Kamel's mom, they love David. From everything that we are hearing, if you look at the journals or everything, there's no thing. It's weird.
Have you never had people be nice to your face and talk bad about you behind your back? And I'm not
I
again.
probably
I'm not
wouldn't know it.
accusing them.
I wouldn't know it if they
Okay.
did, I guess.
And I'm not accusing them. I'm just saying this is why I can no longer take it off the table, because it is definitely within my realm of experience where I have had people, that song, they'll smile in your face, and all the time they want to take your place the back.
Backstabbers.
And so
Backstabbers.
yeah,
Yeah.
I have been married, and to my face, they were amazing. They were great. And then not till after the divorce do I find out the whole time behind your back.
Yep.
So the fact that they loved him, did they? Maybe.
Did they? I mean,
Did they not? Maybe. We
No, you're
don't
right.
know any of it.
No, but we just weigh what we kind of weigh the thing. Okay, so Kamel's dad bought David his car. David's dad didn't buy him a car. Kamel's dad did.
Mhm.
Okay, so they have cars. Kamel's dad is helping them out. Where's David's dad? During this whole time, David and Kamel get married. They meet each other within 2 weeks. They're married. I mean, there's a lot of variables here that we have to take into consideration here. I know people that have, they met in a couple weeks, they were married, and they're still married today.
Yep.
It seems rare to me. That doesn't mean that it's rare to God. You know what I mean?
Right.
But so just looking at those things to comparing to, wow, okay, I know a few people that they've gotten married and everything, but if we just look at these facts of what it's a very 2 weeks and they're married.
It's like
It's strange.
Somebody, and I've only known one couple that did that. And in fact, they actually knew each other shorter.
I only know two. Yeah.
It's like they met each other, and I think they got married the next day or the day after, and they had this fantastic marriage.
And that happens.
On the flip side, I know people who dated for 5 years get married, and they're divorced within 3.
That's
you
horrible.
just never know.
You never know. You're right.
But and the thing is, as far as an honor, and again, I have to stress this, and you know why. I am not saying this is what it is, but I am definitely saying research this topic, and it will give you a whole different perspective, and you'll go, oh, because when you start looking at the blood results, and some things make sense, but then other things don't. Other parts of this so-called honor killing. Like, why did Sidra tell the police officers that the Quran was open to a forgiveness prayer when it's a story about Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah? I'm sorry, that's not a forgiveness prayer.
Yeah, and she also was not there, so she doesn't know what it was, but also there were pages that were ripped out too.
I bought the Quran and I went looking everything up. I found no forgiveness prayer. Maybe I should do a video on that.
I think you have. I think you have covered some of that,
Yeah,
but
just because, and it's still on my bookshelf. Because I'm like going, because I wanted to read it for myself. So I went and did this massive research and found the Quran that was, you know, considered the best one for people like me, who aren't part of the religion. So it was written and then translated by the most respected person.
mhm.
So when I bought that and I compared it and started looking at all this stuff, and that's why I'm like going, Sidra, that is not a forgiveness prayer. And that's the story when, it's talking about Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah. And then you look at the other pages, like you said, there were other pages that were torn, but they're in pieces. And there's no forgiveness prayer in any of that.
No. The pages that it's open to, it really talks. It's more about we're moving away from something where we have to relocate. They're relocating
Yeah, because,
from
well, they
something,
call it
which made
loot.
me think.
They say Lut, and we say Lot, but Lut was being told to leave the city, to get out
Leave the
and go
city.
there. And that's what and of course we know what happened to his wife. She turned to a pillar of salt, and then, blah, blah,
Well,
blah, blah.
that's one of the main things that made me, and I'm sure other researchers too, they were leaving Minnesota to go to LA. Their destination was in LA. Maybe
Mhm.
that's not where God wanted them. Maybe that's why all of this happened. I don't believe that anything happens without God. But it seems like they recognize, it's just a weird page that it's open to. What is the relevance of it? And they focus so much on the relevance, and then they try to censor anything related to that. The police tried to censor people from knowing that there was
Which,
blood writing on that wall.
another hint, which this kind of leads me down this other, and who knows, maybe the opening to that passage was just a fluke. They just took it, opened it, and threw it down on the ground. Maybe there wasn't a thought behind it. Possibility.
Why
Maybe.
is it even there? Why is it there?
Yeah, but
It should not even.
if you're trying to set the scene, stage the scene to make it look like David was angry at Komel for her religion, which we all know he didn't. He embraced her. He really embrace most religions. He really wasn't quote unquote religious. He's like, hey, it could be anything.
Yeah, I don't think either of them were. I don't think David was. I don't think Kamel was. I don't think Sidra was. I don't think David's parents were. I don't think Kamel's parents were. I think they were kind of open. They just were living their own lives, and they were just kind of. I hope now all of this will bring them closer to Jesus Christ. That's my hope.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen or anything, but that's my hope. Is that this will all bring them closer to Jesus Christ. But from their view, from everything that is happening there, it just seems like there's so many variables that they are going through, that they're looking at, and I just don't understand. I don't know, some of the.
Yeah, it's like the staging seems to be done by somebody who was angry or jealous, but not a family member, but
knew
enough about them and knew enough about stuff. Yes, exactly.
They would
So
have
they were
known.
like kind of closer toward the middle of things. But then when you look at the blood evidence, it's leaning toward somebody very closely related, but then the rest of it doesn't make sense. It's the most bizarre crime scene I think I've ever seen.
I mean, why leave the Quran? Why leave the Quran on the floor the way that it is there?
I can't imagine a Muslim doing that. And I'll be honest, even if it was a true honor killing, let's say for argument's sake, it was an honor killing, I could not imagine a Muslim leaving their
Right?
Quran on the floor. No.
Yeah,
And Joanna, we know that they didn't die at Christmas or after Christmas because their decomp puts them early to moderate, which is roughly anywhere from day 1 to day 10. So and they were found on January 17th. So count that back. They were killed sometime in January.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Ross from Planet X Filmworks channel on YouTube and the Zodiac Files True Crime series. Check it out, and shout out to Greg and the Gray Stage channel. Their content is amazing.
Are you interested in the paranormal, murder mysteries, cryptocurrency, and thought-provoking interviews? Then check out Crypt Rick's I've Been Thinking on YouTube, or every Monday night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Studio A at Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. Welcome to the Crypt.
Murder at 1051 Ramsdale Drive. What happened to David Crowley, his wife, and his daughter? If this was truly a double murder-suicide, why did investigators fail to prove David Crowley guilty? Where is the evidence David Crowley killed his wife and daughter? Where is the evidence David Crowley killed himself? Within 24 hours of finding the bodies of David, Komel and Raniya Crowley, the Apple Valley Police Department were treating the incident as a double murder-suicide. Authorities cannot prove David wrote "Allahu Akbar" in his wife's blood on the living room wall. Authorities cannot prove David wrote "I have loved you all with all of my heart" on a laptop in the kitchen. Authorities cannot prove David wrote "Open the Rise" most recent version "Submit to Allah Now" on a notepad in his office bedroom. Authorities cannot prove the dog trapped inside the house ate David's right hand, both of Komel's hands, and their daughter's right arm, since dog feces tests were never done. Authorities did not know about a bullet that rolled out of a living room carpet until they were notified by the cleaning company 2 days after the bodies were found. That bullet would later be tied to Raniya Crowley. Authorities did not see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling or the bullet in the attic above until they questioned David's friend a month after the bodies were found. Authorities did not find a motive to support their accusations against David Crowley. Authorities did not find David's blood on any of the bullets at the crime scene. Authorities do not know when David, Komel, and Raniya Crowley died. What we know for sure is that David Crowley has not been proven guilty.